Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. You said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine. and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I've been flying to make you believe. With my heart and hyperdrive, we do what we want, but when I'm free, with our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, call an ambulance, but actually for us, as we are out of Europe, but there are other things to turn our attention to, most likely living vicariously through the 3 Hungarian sides that do remain in European competitions. There is a chance today that we could technically still end up with 10 teams in Europe next season. Can we make that happen? Will anything other fun happen? All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, and we're dancing. Breath? No. Come on, you know them. You know the rules. We don't read the note. We don't fucking breathe. There was a little starter in there. Talk faster. Hey, don't tempt me, friend. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh dear, James, thank you very much for the 33 months, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. And Real MC, thank you very much for the 3 months as well. Dancing? No, never seen it before. As you can probably tell from my impression of it, I have never seen dancing before in my entire life. It's like someone described it down a phone to me, and I just kind of went, yeah, that'll do. We're on the waves or something. Oh, I don't know what their marketing team's ever done, really. It is more dancing than dancing, I must say. Oh, slutty 7 out of 10. Oh, I don't know. Just lift the top up a little bit. It's a slightly tighter t-shirt. This is a medium, chat. I am a medium human being now. Extra medium, some might say. Besides, if I was being real slutty, you'd surely give me more than a 7. Surely. I deserve that for the effort. I can see the future. I foresee... Oh god, I can't even tell you, chat. It's bad. It's not good. I did build it. I was very jealous. No, you know how I'd like to do. I'll leave it all up front. Exactly. Even my clothing is now the okayest clothes size of medium. So we're getting it all back into it. All I need to do is shrink my shoe size. Actually, I don't know. I wonder what the average men's shoe size is in the UK. Because I wonder if I've even managed to get the average shoe size to pretty much, I say average height, I'm probably slightly above average height, but not close enough to the point where we can still say it's average. A 9. Oh, that's not far off then, because I'm only a 10, so it's pretty close. Just ever so slightly. It's nearly. And I used to be a 9, but now 9s don't fit me anymore for some reason. It's because I'm such a fucking clown, I assume. Sorted. I suspect that's what it is. The more clownish I become, the larger my feet become. It's kind of like Pinocchio and lying. It's just me and incompetency, you know? Size that must be, what, so short than average, but large feet. Interesting. You must be really well balanced, though. Like, good luck pushing you over. Like, clip me out. I keep my nails in fantastic check. I hate having nails that are even like a slight bit. A little bit long. The only thing that I do say is occasionally it does become a problem when trying to open cans. I do have to somehow get Pog to open cans for me. Remade Takeshi's Castle. What? This is news to me. I would love to know more. How recently? Exactly. I'm your clown, and it's different. It's like having a personal clown, which in a way is somewhat sadder, but also better for us all, I think. Bottle open for 1,000. That's a good point. I shouldn't even really consider that. I don't think I must have a bottle opener somewhere. I don't really open many bottles. I don't drink very often at all. All podium and not much towel. Came August. Oh, really? Is it any good? Is the big question. Shocking compared to the old one. I kind of figured it was. Generally speaking, remakes don't often go that well, particularly when it's like a beloved IP, like Takeshi's Castle is. I mean, I assume they don't have Craig Charles doing the VO, right? Or the VJing, so to speak. So it's clown shoes under the desk. I don't actually have any shoes near me. I've got this random shoe here, which is the I need something to wear with white jeans shoes. And my current favourites, which are my white Adidas Gazelles, which I really do like. They're very, very comfortable, but they probably could do with a wash. Probably with white shoes, they do show up. Well, he certainly made it a success in like on Challenge TV. Those are the best days. Oh, the TV went pop. Wait, what? Ah, dear. Oh, that sounds sick. Meant to be white. Yeah, well, off-white maybe, but like, come on, who keeps white shoes white? You wouldn't be able to wear them then. These are my indoor shoes that I may only wear inside the house. Ah, morning, Lee. So, friends, let me just get off of my big mug for a moment. I thought it was late. Yeah, I thought it was late 90s, but I'm guessing it's just because I watched it possibly in the early noughties. So actually, it was even old back then, you know? Yeah, doing Robot Wars as well. It's like, man was in the right place. 1986, was it really? High contestant only merch. Really? That's dope. Who was this? I would love to see that video. That sounds like exactly the type of video that I would watch while doing one of my World Cup videos where I have to spend so much of the day simming that I need to do something with my time and I can't touch FM. So I normally just watch video essays on the other monitor. Yeah, even the brown ones. They started off white too. Everything starts there. So, yeah, I'd love to see it. If you could DM me something, that'd be awesome. We'll put it in like the stream chat on Discord just so I don't forget about it. Dying a death of it. Oh, that sucks. That really does suck, actually. Yeah, this TV's been a bit on the blink. I've had it since 2016. It was on a really good deal as well. Which I think, I suppose, but even so, surely the bottoms still get a little bit, like, dodgy, just from, like, just general being out and about, right? Tactic, we will be doing that. I want to build, I had an idea around it. See if you're with me on this, right? We actually do still need to be really stable in the league, though, because we are actually not in front, and we need to win it. But here's my thought. Let me know if you're with me on this. I want to try a back five with wingbacks, but like, you know, advanced wingbacks, but they are inverted wingbacks, but with overlapping centre backs. I want to see if I can make something like that work in the match engine. Should we go outside? To be fair, you can say the same about me. I did, however, go outside today. I went for a run. It was a mistake. It was horrendous. I wouldn't... Oh, actually, James, yes. I wouldn't mind trying that out. I've seen you've had a lot of success with it, and that actually might be quite a fun idea as well. Because I've been jealous of your results with that, and if you want to send me an FMF file over, I'm more than happy to try that out with MTK and see what it works like at the top level. Come on, trying to swap. Yeah, I don't think you can do that, but you could sort of work it. Oh, no, I mean, to be fair, I am seasoned at it. It's just, I mean, bear in mind, I started off just going, hey, I'll just do 5k, be fine. And then I kind of started and I was like, hang on, I haven't run for the last week, which is bad. So I was like, fuck it, let's just go and try a bit faster. So I ended up doing like 32, which wasn't too bad, actually, considering I wasn't pushing too hard. So that's not too bad. I just need to get back into it because my fitness levels are dropping. I don't like that at all, basically. Actually rained. Jesus, I'd love a bit of rain right now, honestly. Be fantastic. I would appreciate that tremendously. Good luck dribbling some decent crosses. Well, to be fair, ours kind of do. So that's one of the theories I've been sort of thinking about and debating would be. I haven't actually... I would say it came to me in a dream, but it came to me in that state you get when you're not quite asleep. And I woke up this morning, and I was sort of in that kind of daisy state. And I thought to myself, yeah, what about inverted wingbacks and overlapping centre-backs? They're like a fugue state, yeah, but with less, like, ramifications. Oh, yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to play wingers with it. Now, that's my other concern. Is like, I kind of... That we aren't as strong in the wing department as we were anymore, but I also don't want to build a tactic that we can't play Janosch in the long term, because obviously we don't want to, like, stymie his development. But I know that James's tactic... In multi-chat. Nice. We go check. Let me download that. Give me a second, chat. It goes automatically into my downloads folder instead of the FM folder, because even though at this point I really should, just because most of the stuff I download has to go straight into FM anyway. Tactics. Boom. Malta attack. Let's have a little gander at this then, shall we? Oh, yeah. World-class left wing back. Yeah, he's got no tackling ability. As much as he has done okay in that position when we played in there last time. Well, that was my next thought, Anarith. You and I are on the same wavelength. My thought was, how can I force Janosch into this? And then I started feeling a bit like Bolton days. But let's have a look at James's one first, just so I can see how it looks with our team. Because I know it has a back five. Right. Let's get rid of the Denise for a second. Right, there we go. Multi attack 5-2-3. It does have wingers as well. Oh, that's fun. I do like... I might be tempted to try... James, quick question. Does the DLF not get a bit, like, lost in this tactic? Or does he actually still provide lots of runs and nice chances? Because I wouldn't want to take away from Blaz's importance of this team. The truth of Takeshi's... Oh, that sounds sick. No, oh, really? Sick. Okay, in that case, I'd be tempted to try this for a few games, just to try this out first, frankly. Because we need something that's sort of more tried and tested first. Because we can't really afford to not win the league. Given the board already are disappointed at us for obvious reasons. For and defend. To be fair, most of our tactics are a bit like that. Interesting you got an NCB in the middle. That's... I guess you probably built... I'm going to say you built this in the Maltese leagues, but that being said, it's got some good Volantes in it, right? So it can't be too... It's very simplistic, and I like that. Hey, we'll give it a go. Well, as things stand, we're 3 points behind, but we have a game in hand. Yeah, no, once we win the league, we can... Okay, here's the plan. If we get ourselves into a nice position in the league, which is still going to be difficult, because we do have to play Haladash, though, which will probably help, then we could maybe try out my idea as well, because I do want to see if it's possible. Now, let's not forget, as much as we may have absolutely... And we did absolutely balls it up. Like, obviously, we got very unlucky with the red card and just some of the stuff in the first leg, but after that, we just weren't good enough, and I think the problem was we just didn't, like... Oh yeah, goal difference is miles ahead, but remember, Hungarian League is done on wins and not goal difference, so we'd have to get the same number of wins and then it goes to goal difference. But most likely, if we're tying on points, it probably is the same number of wins anyway, which is a bit of a weird, like, yeah, situation. And that's fine. I'll be maybe giving our centre-backs a bit less to do could actually help them a little bit. One thing I was also looking at is the fact that Hillestad has very comparable attributes now to Raposo in only a few areas, basically. The best thing to run down, basically, Real M say, is we got hit by a match engine. The first leg against Ajax was a bit weird, but we still came out of it with a 2-1 defeat, which was a bit surprising considering it's Ajax and they're not very good. And in the second leg, we got a red card inside 10 minutes. And then it was just a case of we're not going anywhere at that point. One of those games when you just kind of know that nothing's going to happen in your favour. In the end, Ajax just got more and more chances as we had to push. But even the way they scored the second goal in that game, their goal in that game was a bit annoying. Second phase of set piece, our player gets the ball off their player in the box and then just stands there and waits to be tackled. And then they score from it. It's just one of those... match engine matches that happen, right? Hello, Pog. Got me quite salty. Honestly, I think part of that is I'm just a bit burned out lately. I'm probably going to try and figure out a way to take a proper week off at some point soon before the next game cycle, basically. Either like mid-October or early October, most likely, since Pog can actually get the time off, just to try and recharge a little bit, because I don't think it's been good for my mental health. The lack of consistent time off over the entire year. Like, I've had at most 2 days back-to-back off at any one point over the course of the entire year, which is just a weekend, essentially. And I feel like sometimes it's nice to just, you know, you do need that little extra time. The shape could work, actually. Yeah, we would just have to adjust a couple of bits in it, so make those inverted, and then... Yeah, it's disconnection, isn't it? It's not like... Having a day off where you sort of do nothing is not the same as being away and like, actually being away from it, which is what I want to do, basically, just so you can completely disconnect. Because I've just found it really difficult lately, mentally, to do things like... August was bad just because of all the shoulder pain, made it just difficult to sit in this seat, which, by the way, I went for a run today, and I actually feel completely fine for the most part, which is really, really... Precisely, Ludo, exactly that. Like, yesterday, I ended up taking a sort of... Not an impromptu day off, just a day where I was just like, oh, God, again. And it's not the same as a proper, like, break, and I think you just need that sometimes. In any job, you need that, really. I need to be a bit more cognizant of my mental health next year, I think. This year, it was all about just going. And I'm glad of that. I think I've done well out of that. But you can't really... I did, Saz. Yeah, sorry. I read the whole thing. And then, as usual, I read things on my phone. And I hate responding to things on my phone. So I'm like, oh, it's fine. I'll respond when I get back on the PC. And then yesterday, I just didn't use the PC at all. Everyone does, exactly, yeah. I've always been kind of cognizant of this ever since the days in 2016 whenever I... Well, when I quit YouTube for 2 years, basically, because it just got too much for me. And I've always promised myself, and then, that I would never let myself get back into that sort of mindset. And I could feel it sort of creeping along. And I was able to dissuade you a little bit, but it's still there, and I need to make sure that I don't... Particularly not right before a new game cycle, where I know I want to really work hard for a couple of months straight up to Christmas to make the most of that. And then, you know... So it's important to take that time off beforehand. But I need to sort of know... I'll have a better idea of when I can do that when I know when the game's coming out, like the proper release, because I can sort of work backwards from there as to work out when I'm going to take time off. However, we know that the last 2 years, I think James said, that it was the 9th of September that they announced the release date. So hopefully by the end of the day... Well, yeah, no, I mean, I say I talked about. I briefly got a chance to talk to Ben about this back in June, but we normally we get a chance to have a proper catch up. But there was so many people around that everyone was trying to interact with when we were down there that I didn't get my chance to usually have my fireside chats with Benjamin, which I miss. But it's tough sometimes. It's hard to switch off. Like, I love this job. It's brilliant, and I would not want to change it for anything. But it can be a bit overwhelming sometimes when you are the only person in charge of everything, and also it means that it's harder to switch off as well, particularly when I have to work in the same room that I sleep in. That could be a bit of a problem too, and I think that's one of the things that would really help with that too. But there you go. Yeah, I mean, the reason I didn't want to take time off originally back in the day was because I felt like with streaming that it was very fickle. Now I have no desires to think that wouldn't happen. Now I feel like if I took a week off, people would be ready to come back when I did. I wouldn't just lose my audience in that. But when I first started streaming, over those first couple of years of COVID, I just could not take any time off because I just thought, no, people will just forget about me in a week. There's no getting rid of you. Yeah. I don't think there's any sense of entitlement from the audience. I think in your head there is, but I actually think that most people would. Most people are extremely understanding, and those that aren't maybe just don't understand. Literally, just physically don't understand. And plus, most people aren't thinking about you anyway, like, in the grand scheme of things. Most people are very self-centered, and that's just how humans are. Like, most people don't think about other people that often in general, let alone just random content creators, you know? Nah, not a couple of weeks off. I'll probably take a week, but it might not be more like 10 days in terms of the actualities of it, but that's like, Update on Janosch. Oh, you're getting it all right, my friend. Right, where is he? Sorry, we're on international break, which is why this is a bit skew-if at the moment. Doesn't show. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's, I think a lot of things have changed in the content landscape as far as the understanding of those kind of things. Even back in the day when you'd get, like, if you had a mid-roll ad in your video, you'd get, like, physical YouTube comments complaining about it. It's just like, this is how this works. How do you think this is being paid for? Yeah, 10 caps, and he's going to get some more in this window as well. Why can he play left back? Because I've played him at left back twice this season through actual no other choice. So we started a game against Shakhtar with him at left back, and he actually scored. And then we also brought him on as a sub against Ajax in the first leg, I think it was, as a left back, or it might have been after the red card in the second leg. Speaking of which, I just need to check on the video I put out earlier. Let's see how that's cracking along. That's looking solid, That video that I've just put out does have some really weird connotations to it with the conclusions that I come to, though. That's what I will say. I'm very surprised with the way that went, which makes me... I don't think most people are. I think most people are just trying to live their lives, That's the way I tend to think about things, generally speaking, anyway. Let me get rid of that. But sometimes you get sort of stuck in your brain. No, exactly. Particularly at the end of the cycle when I think a lot of people are taking time off as well. Like, I've got all my videos I want to do for the rest of FM23 planned out. So the one you're seeing today, I've got that one. I do want to do that little video about the youth production thing we found because it is kind of interesting, even if it's only a short one. I want to do the Nigeria World Cup one, and I want to do the agent video I've got planned with a single player. But other than that, I'm pretty content with it, right? Yeah, we might not get 50k by the end of the cycle, but... that was a blue sky goal rather than anything I actually thought was achievable. I wanted to save some of the good stuff for F24 because I've got some very interesting ideas. So, yes, that's Janosch. Durin's finding the system. Durin's not the shortest either, if I recall. He's 5'11 and has, 12 jumping reach, which is kind of low, but, To be fair, Ludo, the amount of things I find out just by playing this game, we just sort of learn together, right? Hello, Millennium. How are you doing, my friend? You're always the light of my day. Tuesdays and Thursdays with the stream and keeps me sane. That's awesome. But you guys keep me sane in the same way. Like, I never don't look forward to streams. Although I must admit, I did feel a bit dodgy after the last stream just because I was just a bit burned out. I haven't been looking after myself in the same way that I should have been, like with less running and just being a little bit more just a mopey zoo lion, so to speak. It's important to like stay on top of things like that because if you start letting the 2 or 3 things slip, then it just starts to multiply. Oh dear. Like genuinely, like I don't vape anymore, but I do it socially. So when I go to like parties and events and stuff, I will bring my vape with me because it's an excuse to go outside and talk to people. So obviously when I went to my sister's at the weekend, I took my vape with me. It was just sat on my desk. After Tuesday's stream, the first thing I did when the stream finished, I just went, fuck this, and just went straight for it, which is obviously not a healthy habit. And this is why I'm on about things like that, Oh, dear. So we've still got 7 days till the game, so this obviously isn't our lineup for that. They'll all be back from international duty. I'm curious to see how this goes. What we do have, however, is on the 30th, a cheeky little bit of, you saw it? How? That should have been after I raided, right? I assume it was after I raided. Did I like, not shut stream down properly or something? Oh, dear. Yeah, so it's next gen day. Janosch is still 18, which means he's still eligible. And I think if he doesn't win the next gen list this year, he's got no hope of winning it. Quick friendly. Actually, it's not a bad shout. Since we do have a week, under 19s could do with a bit of a... Oh, can I actually schedule one? Oh, I'll do one on the Sunday. Some after... Oh, really? Ah, fair one. Oh, yeah, no, you're right, because... That would... Right, because when I tried to shut OBS, it popped up and said you're still live, and I went, oh, okay. Yeah, Janosch will play in the game against Stalagas, particularly as it's Stalagas egg. So we do still have that game against Haladash too, which is absolutely vital. So as I was saying about... Did I actually schedule that friendly? Yeah, no, I didn't. So we could technically still get 10 teams in Europe this year, because we have Medzhkovezh and Kizhvarda are two of the teams that are currently in the Europe still. If Debrecen were to overtake Medzhkovezh, and Medzhkovezh won the Europa Conference League, they'd still get Europa League. If Kizhvarda win the Europa League, they get Champions League. Now, if we were to somehow do well enough to still catch up and overtake Germany, and Medzhkovezh were to, say, fall to 9th spot, then we would get 8 spots here, and then we would also get Medzhkovezh and Kizhvarda in, which would mean 10 teams in Europe is still a possibility for us this season, despite the disappointment. There is an opportunity for one of the most outrageous seasons ever. And I was looking through some things before stream today. They've got a very good run to the final if they want it. Like, very good run. Because all the teams here are outside the top 8. Partizan and Rangers were 13th and 12th, respectively. PAOK were 20th. The only side left that are like a real issue to Medzhkovezh that finished above them in the actual group stage is Trabzonspor, who are the only team that beat them in the group stages. So I think they've actually got a pretty clear run here, potentially. Oh, the pipe is just hitting a crack pipe after stream. You know me, chat. I need my relief. Furiously, I mean, no, but I usually give it an hour. Like... Yeah, Pushkas in Europe would be appalling, and I just feel bad about it in general, but that's the situation. As for the, obviously, Europa League, if they were to get... Now, these are much tougher ties. Benfica and Real Sociedad are much, much better teams, but if they were to somehow both go through, they would play each other in the semi, and so we'd be guaranteed a team in the final. Unfortunately, German have overpriced Belgian. What, you want me to sign another overpriced Belgian? Oh, no, you weren't here, were you? Okay, he's quite good. Anarith, you missed it. I signed an overpriced Belgian on Tuesday. The meme came to fruition. Although what I will say is, I don't think he's overpriced. Send you an inbox message. One of your players is wanted. No, because the skins can't generate anything like that. As far as I know, Saz would be the ultimate like knower of things like this. But as far as I know, skins can't... Skins are basically just... Skin is just a UI. All it can do is take information that the game has... and the game is providing, and then display it in certain ways. It can't trigger, as far as I know, individual things within the game that don't already exist. Learn nothing. You wait till you see him, and then you will change your tune, my friend. My right honourable friend, you will change your tune. Where is he? His name alone makes him worth signing. Here he is. This is he. This is Lambertus Schumacher. £26.5 million from Anderlecht. But look at him. He's already a first-team quality left-back at 20. Belgian international. I mean, can cross, can tackle, can dribble a little bit, good mentals, solid pace, very strong left foot, nothing on the right, admittedly. I think he's an absolute worldie, and he's called Lambertus Schumacher. He ain't never. He's bloody excellent, particularly with Diakite being an absolute liability. Like, phone cover. Yeah, no. Change your phone looks not what it does. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It can't add features per se. But obviously, Saz has able to add features, but what he's essentially doing is like an archaeologist uncovering things that are already there and just displaying them to us in more favourable ways. I think he's brilliant. I wish at one point he'll get the driven personality. I'm hoping that Resilient is close enough to it that with the right mentoring, he might actually change. But yeah, he's just... I like this guy a lot. And I think that he will give Romero some proper... Since I no longer trust Ramirez after his idiocy that literally cost us Champions League football. Luckily, he won't be able to play in it next time anyway. He could be. Obviously, he'd have to play on the left. On the right of that, since he has no right foot. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. So anyway, it's next gen day. Let's get into this. What are we saying? I reckon it's got to be Hungarian MTK. I'm thinking it's... Yeah, Diakite looks like he should be good, but he has been nothing but crazy bad whenever he's played for us. And I kind of wish I'd sold him to Manchester United when they offered us money for him in January, but I kind of figured we needed him. European knockouts. Oh, yeah, the European knockouts are there. but not for us. We still have 3 teams in Europe, and they're actually doing quite well. Like, we have a great opportunity at... imagine if it was Bright Willy. Doesn't matter too much when you vote. It's not so much that it matters too much. It's just that I find that the game seems to think that it does a lot of the time. So it'll often prioritize players that play on the other foot in those positions for whatever reason. Right. So Wilson Roberto's getting his new... Wait, did he... Oh, so that was his first cap, which means no doubt he's going to get paid a fortune now. Oh, yeah, I also triggered Sem's contract extension just to keep him here for a little bit longer. Have a little look at Shibum. That sounded like I was doing an impression of Ron Atkinson in Johnny English there. Pog and I watched that on the weekend. Jizzy for the win. Oh, you never know. Wilson Roberto got a new contract. He deserves it. He's been unbelievable this season. Really, really like him. He was a great pickup to bring him back from Uipest. Right, next gen. Come on, Janosch. Gotta be. Yes! Come on. You bloody love to see it. That's what you want to see. Hungarian MTK Janosch wins the next gen. And to be fair, he's been on this list for 3 straight years. Hit the button? Yes, let's do it. Janosch time? Let's go. It's worth noting. Oh, for some reason we have quite a lot of players on it, but they're just quite like front loaded in it. We've got like 5 of the top 10, and then it kind of just drifts off a little bit after that. But there we go. The Turkish Kamerau and the next Yoel Bossis and Janosch. Oh. Only 2 R's. Yeah, it's to be fair, these guys are ours. They just don't play for us. Eduardo Garcia, he's a player we've looked at before. I think we just decided against him on the price. Labrusi, he was really expensive, wasn't he? Christ, he's very good, but maybe doesn't have the ceiling. Obviously, Yakovlev is that guy we signed from, Sigma. And he's looking quite tasty as well, actually. But he's doing well out on loan at Giamot. So, also, I think with our transfer strategy this summer, I think we have to sort of stop trying to prioritize players for the loan farm, because I don't think there's enough time for them to have any impact now. I think we almost need to start going, hey, let's just make ourselves an absolute worldie of a team, and then kind of hope that they can do what they can do with what they have. Because I don't think there's any players that we'd be able to sign that would be able to make an impact for them in the time that we have left in the save at this point. Criado at Elche. He's quite... Wow, he's fast. He's 16 million quid, Jesus. Paredes, he's actually at Mezhikovic, and bugger me. He's driven, and he might be part of the reason why they're doing so well. He's got 3 goals in the Conference League this season. From midfield, where he's played the entire year. Can you escape the low? It's like an escape room. They've also got Cisse here. Musa Cisse. Very good. Petrov is... Wait, that's our new guy. Holy shit, I didn't realize he was even still young enough to be on this list. But hey, Stanimir Petrov's on here. I need to give him more football. I actually really like this guy, but he's not being preferred by our assistant. CF... Standard. Mexican Monterrey. Ricardo Andrade. I think we again decided against him. Lopez is ours as well. Oh yeah, he was super cheap, wasn't he? There must be some in here that we don't know about. These guys are... What a great name. Poigrenier. Hey, James. There's also... Oh, hang on. There's a Hungarian... Wait. On loan from Porto. I love that they're getting these loans. Who's this guy, though? David... Wait. Holy shit. Haladash have a player from their youth intake on the next-gen list. David Gal. That's kind of sick. He looks pretty decent. Maybe doesn't have quite the potential ceiling of some of the others, but that's kind of nice. Another Hardy. Good old Steve Hardy. Another overpriced Belgian, no doubt. Schultz. Lecam. Rayan Lecam. Hey, we didn't do that. I mean, I've shouted out a couple of times on stream, James, and I did... one thing I will say is we did actually put it in stream in the chat a couple of times during the last Champions League stream, which had a lot of viewers. But even so, all that clearly did was get you some viewers then, and the algorithm's clearly gone, hello, at that point. That's all you. Another overpriced... Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. Emilian Ringut. We were looking for a new RPM. He's intriguing. Ooh. Don't mind a bit of Emilian here. He's kind of fascinating, actually. Munoz is another one of ours. Vajkovic is not one of ours. But he might explain why... Actually, yeah, he's playing a lot for Pushkas. He might explain why they're doing quite all right this year. Ooh, a Turk at Freiburg. Very expensive, obviously. An Angolan at PSG. He could be a star, it's true. Figueroa at Jury is another... They've got a lot of loans from Sporting and like Porto and stuff, which is interesting to me. There's a Polish dude here on loan from Southampton. Wojciech Wuczak. He's actually very decent for 18. I'm sure James will be able to put it in chat for you. He's almost certainly got a link. Oh, hello. Who's this guy? Eddie Ardiansia. I reckon he's got Indonesian second national. He does. That's kind of cool. He looks quite tasty. I mean, he's very good, but very, very expensive, unfortunately. Sunflower's on there too. Ooh, a guy from the Catholic Daddies. He's already got 2 Chile caps too. He's definitely worth a look. Kuznetsov, another Ukrainian at slot. Whoa, hello. He's a bit of all right as well. This is our best way of signing Ukrainian players, is to get them from Czech clubs. Ruiz, he's the guy from the recruitment focus. I might be tempted on him, honestly, for the summer. Because we're already scouting him. He's already on the shortlist, but he might actually come in. You've made football selling your job. Hell yes. How did you manage that? We looked at this guy, didn't we? Because he was like really good and then he just wasn't. Although PSG and Inter are after him. Might be able to snipe them, or stipe them in this case. I would... That is a name. Hrunchier. Jan Hrunchier. Another Norwegian. Fabian Palmström Flatøy. Yeah, unfortunately at 19 in an Inter would be quite tough. By selling shots, well, yes, I suppose so. Look like a pickup. Wait, really? Oh yeah, no, it fully does. Or an umbrella on its side. Wait, wrong one. We've got... Ooh, another guy. Red Star. Oh no, I must have looked at him already. Mile Svitanovic. Capellini at Ghent. Oh, he's Italian. Oh, he's on loan from Napoli. Okay, cool. Obviously, Goto's on here as well. I feel like I do need to get more football, but still. Also, another guy from a Greek club. Albertus Ntflas. That's a... I've not seen that surname before. Another guy from Universidad... Ah, he's not as good, but still. They're getting there. Marwood. Oh, he's English. That'll be expensive. Ainsley Marwood. Cool name. Urich? Probably quite expensive. Henrik Beck Hansen. I think we've looked at him before. Usually the older ones we have. Although, hang on. A Costa Rican dude at a Costa Rican club. That's always a good sign. In fact, there's a Paraguayan dude at a Paraguayan club. These are the kind of players that really do intrigue me. And then actually another one right next to him. Damn. Okay. Paraguay be chilling. Who's this? Oladapo Obi. God, look at Honvi pulling out these kind of signings. Don't mind a bit of that. Sebastiano Pecoraro. Ah, yes. That fine Welsh name. Hey, I'm Sebastiano Pecoraro. Obviously. He's from Llanelli. He actually came through at Llantwit Major. Wait, wasn't that Alice's team? I swear that was the team that Alice managed in her Building a Nation save. Confirm? Anyone? It was. That's so strange. I want to know how this guy, Sebastiano Pecoraro, came through. With... Born in Llandau. Welsh English with a name like Sebastiano Pecoraro. That's amazing. I kind of want to scout him just because of his name alone. That's so strange. Also, who are you? Arta Medronio from... Oh, he's on loan from Lyon. God damn it. They always lure you in. Giuseppe Pecoraro, Stockport's Italia. Ah, an Italian restaurant in the town. That's the law. Plandock. Oh, okay, fair enough. I was never going to get that. Who's retiring? Not retiring. Who's expiring? God, I've got some... I think I've given contracts to anyone who I felt like really needed one. So I'm willing to offer these guys out continually until someone takes them, basically. Tigas, thank you for the follow. Wait, he knows Dutch? Did that dude have Dutch? What the hell? Oh, was that because he did a season at Mechelen? That might be what it is. He picked up a bit of Dutch when he was in Belgium. That has to be the reason. That'd be just funny as fuck if he just had Dutch. Keeper free kicks attribute. If you ask for a training report, you can see it. Oh, really? Also, Gino, we actually figured out a quicker way of doing it.
Just 2 blocks from here.
Vonchich, thank you for the follow. The way to do it was if you go to your set pieces in like your tactics, and if you go to set piece takers, your goalkeepers show up in here as well, which is how we realized that Liam Cooper actually had like 8 free kicks or something, wasn't it? No, 9 free kicks. So they show up in here so you can see their corners and throws like that as well. The only thing it doesn't show is penalties, but I think if you do that, it will show them. I'm imagining he's not amazing at pens. Let me just sort by name. It'd just be easier. 13 composure, but he only has 1 penalties. It's not ideal. You can understand a bit of Flemish, exactly. A drunk man tried to teach me Flemish once. It went well. Okay. Let's get to this friendly. Oh, yeah. No, wait. Let me just actually pick a team for this friendly, because otherwise it'll put this lineup in, and we don't want that. No, Youth Intake. Actually, Youth Intake was better than it should have been. We got a lot of international travelers, so makes sense that this will have to be the lineup for this. But I do like this as a backline. Maybe not Chichera in there, because we can bring someone like Kenyatta in when he's fit. But, yeah, we got one good player. But I say, actually, you know what? I think he is genuinely quite good. We liked his attributes anyway. It's this guy here, Roland Virag. He's only 15. He's not awful. I mean, he's not great either, but he's not Janosch. But as a youth intake player goes, he could be a lot worse. He just sort of lacks any real physical qualities yet. But he is only 15. Man's going to hit the gym at some point. Shows both in the report. Yeah, but what I mean is that we don't need to get the report if we just do that. Just seems a bit easier. Right, let's see. This isn't really a fair representation because the squad we're putting out in this game is going to be absolutely gopping, as you would have seen from Obando being up front. That's what I mean. I feel like the penalty taking stat is just a little bit meaningless in many ways. Well, 7-1 against the under-19s is... I mean, a lot of shots. It's hard to say. We got a lot of possession. Edvaldo grabbed a brace in that game. We'll see what it's like properly. No, this is a new one that we've nicked off of James because I wanted to try a back five. And James already has an interesting back five system that he's been using in his Malta testing. So we thought we'd try it out with like a high-level club. Gopping. Yes, gopping is a wonderful word. Add it to your vocabulary. Enjoy it in your lexicon. It's great. To be... It's hard to explain. A proper definition is just like not very good looking, but in a very specific way. Not be a common... Oh, I assume that's just because we're playing our under-19 squad, so... Yeah, Moaz is looking good. Oh, one thing I completely forgot to show you guys was on Tuesday, I forgot to mention that 2 players I had showed up... sorry, I'd signed for the summer that I just completely forgot to mention. Basically, yeah, he is, unfortunately, Sam. I don't know why. So I picked up 2 guys on free transfers from English sites that will be joining us in the summer on frees. One of them is Mies Druppers. Free transfer, ball-winning midfielder. I think he's okay for a free transfer. He has kind of okay attributes, gives us a bit of depth, good on both feet, the usual sort of spiel. And then we've also got this guy, Danny Rafferty, who I think is just a good, solid option. At 27 years old, I think he's an okay option for us to bring in. So those 2 are going to join us on free transfers in the summer, just to bolt the squad out a little bit, basically. Maybe give them a bit of a flip, particularly as they're not like as old as some of the other players we've signed there. Kieran Francis, thank you for the follow. Oh, dear. What are the notes on the notes? Which notes? I don't think there's any notes on it, is there? Unless it's just a note that we set, maybe accidentally. He's got 5 caps, exactly. And it means that we won't get hit by any kind of silly stuff when he does eventually join us. And if we pay to those guys, okay, that's going to be fine. Now, we're going to lose out on some money this year as well, just on account of us not being in the Champions League anymore. But luckily, we've sold a lot of players this year. So, I guess there's that. Cool. Related to Jerry, I couldn't possibly tell you. Right before I clicked on the EBF... What, so like if I go into training, like in here? Oh, these are just the notes that Max has set as part of it. Who knocked us out? It was Ajax, which was real fun. Real fun to get knocked out by Ajax in the... Yeah, well, the others will play on the Thursdays. We don't read the note. It's true. I did actually read the note to chat again at some point. Yes, that's the idea of it. So basically, because of the way it's set up, if you have 2 matches, as long as it's a Wednesday game, you'll be fine because it will just take that game out and it will just shuffle around it. Like, I think the injuries we've received have been slightly increased since using it, but I don't think it's... I think we've just got a bit unlucky as well because the first couple of seasons of using it, we didn't notice any drastic increases, and then we just had a couple of unlucky seasons, like with those huge injury crises we were hit with in January out of nowhere. That's just going to happen sometimes. Really? Or who don't have any... All right. That's odd. Huge coefficient, yeah, pretty much, considering this year was supposed to be the big year. But to be fair, we were already hemorrhaging coefficient points this year on account of losing teams out of the Champions League in the group stages this year. It was not going to be a great year. And I think that's part of why I'm much more chill today, because I just kind of... There was a lot of pressure on this season. It was like, oh, maybe we could actually do this. And now I'm a little bit like, you know what? If we don't, we don't. I'm just kind of vibing now. I want to see how far we can get, and I want to see some fun stuff. That's why I'm kind of treating it now. I was putting a lot of pressure on myself for things that I had no control over, like how the other Hungarian sides did. Although that Juventus result against Halidash did proper irk me. But we have made that little tweak to the detail setting, so I'm wondering if that's going to make a difference. We'll have to see. Oh, dear. Let me just check on the old video. See how we're cracking. it's going. It is going. Wow, actually, I say it's going. It's going extremely poorly. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Shit happens, right? Is this actually going to let me go to the next page yet? I feel like it's been, like, hanging on this page for a little while. Consistently second. Yeah, I mean, we've managed to be... We're in no danger of losing second spot at any point. That's just us now. Even with a bad season, we're still, what? 12 points clear of Spain. So... And every year we put down is basically better than Spain for the most part now. So that's in no danger of changing. Yeah, well, I didn't even know about certain things with the detail level because you guys enlightened me to certain things on the detail screen when we did the... When I was talking about Premier League years back in the day and how I was concerned that I wasn't going to see the matches. And then you guys enlightened me to the fact that actually you can do it. Massive spending. Yeah, well, that's one of the things I'm thinking might change with Malta potentially. Is at least the prize money and spending might scale a little bit. It's weird that Denmark are now not producing youth intakes at the moment. Oddly. Because that's like the last 2 Danish clubs we've looked at. Unless they've like fallen out of the top flight or something. But, which could be a factor. Right. Ooh, this guy's still... Wait, that's extensive. We sign him, right? For that kind of price. He's not even an overpriced Belgian. All goes to the right winger. Really? Okay. Particularly that passing and vision. He's insane. Yes, the points on the right are the ones that really matter, but obviously the yearly points do still have a bearing on things, basically. I think we get him. For that kind of price, he just looks really, really good. How to get stacked euthanics? Yeah, okay. But yeah, apparently the scaling for the prize money is way better with the multi-day base so far, which is good news, because that's what we needed. Oh, wait, that means they'll take a bit less than that, I think. Yeah, probably could have gotten slightly cheaper than that, but I'll take 10. I think he's good enough. Stop making use altogether. That's really strange, actually. Because we've not done that in this save. Or anything like that. Wow, there's only one... Okay. Oh, some of these are like... Yeah, it's Bobby Tree and the like. You guys are... You're extremely expensive. You're not that good. You're not that good. You are already signing for us. You are not that good anymore. You're already signing for us. You're Mike. Grigar? He's a D-rated player. He's just a bit mid. You are from the... Oh, this guy... Why is he on here? You're £76 million. You guys are players I want to sign. Well, you I can actually probably sign in the summer. He does look like the lesser spotted, reasonably priced Belgian. That appears still training at the Perry Club. Not as far as I know. Hadrian did do some research into this, but as far as I'm aware, that is a weird, like, quirk that only seems to be present in certain leagues, and it might be something hard-coded, and we just can't seem to work out what it is exactly. I love that he is considered a D-rated player, presumably just because of the sheer amount of money that we asked for him. It's just kind of mad to me. Yeah, it's bizarre. I think it's just because he's worth so much money. But I think the last time we actually saw his value, it was something like 200 million. In fact, I think I've seen him be worth over 300 million. So I think it's just the sheer prohibitive cost of signing him. This guy doesn't have caps yet, does he? No. Okay, cool. Which means I can dangle that over him. Lock him down for 8 years. Hopefully. A bit of that. Sick. That'll be fine. Fuck it. We'll throw that in there as well. Just because reasons. We're not going to get relegated, right? Money that we get... Well, yeah. It is cool that they were able to actually find a player as good as that. And the fact that they've held on to him. It feels like in previous versions of these types of saves, that guy would not still be at Haladash. There's no way that he would have completed that many seasons. I don't know how long he's been there now. Like, he's been there for 5 years. This is the kind of guy that when he got to about here on the previous save would have just been gone for, like, probably like 25 million or something. Well, good luck us winning the Champions League. If we manage to win the Champions League from here, I'll be very, very surprised. Ilovish, go on. Do they have players still? Inflating the price of... Yeah, I mean, Belgium do produce some insane talent. Belgium always produce good players, but this save particularly, they've been especially excellent. It's just that they cost a little bit. Well, that's what we're trying to do. We are still... We've got a game in hand on the league, and we're 3 points off the top. If we were to go and win that game... Wow, Hillestad now. 4-star, 5-star. I'm telling you, this guy is actually really matured into the team this season. Took him a little while. Wasn't great in those early games, but international rep. Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, they got worldwide. I don't if that's what you mean. Like, we've got... So we're obviously... Oh, we're no longer high rep. We were the top rep team at the start of the year, but obviously going out early will do that to you. Haladash here also have worldwide rep at 4.5 stars. We've also got down here, we've got Giamot on Continental, Ferencváros, Kisvárda, Debrecen, Honvi, they're all Continental.
VOD strike back.
Oh, cool!
I saw your tirade against facing the game players in the last VOD. It may be that it is one of the few ways I make transfers, as they are bad at transfers anyways across a long save.
Yeah.
Now back to my VOD dungeon.
Not a bad point, honestly. But yeah, so they've got lots of high reps. Trying to think, there's one more down here. Yeah, Kekshmet, because they've not done enough Europe yet. They're only on national, but... You know, there's a nice little chunk of Hungarian sides in there. It's also worth noting that the second tier of Hungary now has actually consistently been climbing ratings, even though we haven't been. Don't have any of them, really. Yeah, no, we've got every team that you can think of that would do well in Europe. So the top, sort of, the top 8 minus Meshkovej and with the addition of Kisvárda are all on that list. Because if you just think about how many European finals we've been to in this save with Hungarian sides, be it us or someone else, it's actually quite stark. So like ourselves, won 5 Champions Leagues, we only lost 4. For some reason I thought we'd lost more than that. I thought we was like 1-5, lost 5. But there you go. So we've been to 9 finals by ourselves. And then in the Europa Conference League, you've got Giamot have won, so that's 1. Then you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's another 8 finals there. So that's what, 17 finals? We've also got, in the Europa League, 2 winners. So that's 19 finals, followed by 1, 2... Yeah, so we've had 21 different European finals with Hungarian sides in 25 seasons, which is not bad in the grand scheme of things, is it? How good is Sword? Very good. I would say he's probably the best player out on loan at the moment. Tied with a few others. I think his rating gets bumped a little bit because he's a striker and the form helps him there, but he's insane. Now, we're still number 4. And we have been for a while, but it's the second tier that continues to grow. You can see here that they're now above Ligue 2 and the Zweite Bundesliga and Serie B. And they're not exactly far behind the Championship either. Like, the Championship is here in 25th. So we're really rather close to our second tier being rivaling with England's. It's just... I don't know why we're still below Italy. That's bizarre. And the Hungarian Cup, obviously, is the best cup in the world. Well, it was. Yep. Hungarian Cup wins them all. Which is why if we were to get to the final, we'd throw it to whoever we're playing against. But we need to get to the final at least. Just because the board won't be mad at us otherwise. Average team rep. No, the league rep is like its own number that is between 1 and 10,000. And unfortunately, with long-term saves, because of the way that England and Spain and that work, very often they'll all max out at 10,000 rep, and it means that if you hit 10,000, you will just stay behind them no matter what, because you're all on a 10,000, and it will not put you above them. The only way that you can really get above them is if they somehow drop rep and you stay at 10,000. It's a bit of a flawed system, I would suppose. Basically, rep doesn't decay fast enough in FM, and it can be gained too quickly. Although, actually, I think like it gains at the correct speed, but the reputation decays too slowly. Like, you'll still get teams... I've seen saves where a team like Manchester City has been outside of Europe, sometimes even getting relegated, and like 10 seasons later, they've still got rep that is far too high for a club at that kind of level. And it's just, like, unrealistic in a way. And I feel like it just doesn't decay fast enough in some ways. Hungarian Cup is the true big one. Exactly. Now you get it. Right. Let's see. So, Duran out wide is not happening. Teixeira as a Segunda. Don't like that. I certainly don't like Velázquez as a centre-back. What are we playing at? Are we mad? Putting Velázquez in there. Crazy times. Oh, logo pack. It's TCM logos. I think exclamation mark logos should... Ah, there you go. It should be that link. It's much easier to earn rep than lose. Yes. Because losing it over time is just a case of... It's not even a case of, like... It does decay, but it usually decays from just... You haven't gained much lately, therefore we'll give you a hit. Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be able to reach the ceiling, essentially. The ceiling should either not... I don't think the ceiling shouldn't exist, because I think it has to, just on the way that integers work. But it shouldn't be reachable, really. So I'm going to put Velázquez back into midfield instead of Teixeira, and then we'll put Teixeira in at right wing back. Even though, yeah. They can play it, though. Wilson, he might be, honestly. Since they're all sort of... He's just a powerhouse. We'll see. It's probably just that he put Velasquez there because... I don't know why it put Velasquez there, actually. I'm surprised he didn't put Yam in there. Right. We aren't exactly blessed with players that are naturally gifted at wingback, which is hilarious considering they all play as wingbacks just here instead. Like, you're 10 feet further forward. Get used to it. Do I want... Yeah, and they won't be swapping wingers or anything, do they? Yeah, there's no support. Schumacher in for Diakite. I mean, the problem is I don't think Schumacher can play that role either. Oh, actually, no, he can. Yeah, no, that's definitely the right choice. Teixeira is good here. In fact, just for the time being, I might start trading him here just so that we can like actually have him be capable here. It's just so weird that he can play as a wingback, but he can't play as a wingback here. He just gets lost further up the pitch. Okay. Right, cool. Let's go. Side by Hasenberg. It's a 4-4-2. It's going to be weird actually watching a league game. But that's life. There clearly wasn't any European games during the week either, which is odd. I guess there must be a gap between here and the quarterfinals. But we just need to start winning some matches in the league. We've only got 7 matches left in the league, which should be enough time, really. We just need to be... He's like, what is this wingback of which you speak? I only speak wingback. Just takes me back to that argument we had with Jurgen Klopp at the very start of this save, when we were accidentally playing his player as a wingback instead of a wingback, and he got very annoyed at me. We should walk... To be fair, we should walk over them mostly because they're the worst team in the league as well. Just need to win every game and hope that Halalash fuck up. Although we are playing Halalash, so really, if we win our game in hand, and then beat Halalash in the home game, it's kind of problem solved. But oh god, this is them. Watch us now lose to Zalagaseg and get ourselves in real trubs. That's very fortunate. We got away with that one a little bit. Oh god.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire can
Where is Hillestad? He's on the bench. A Ranch Saucy, thank you very much for the follow. I assume he's on the bench. I don't think he's injured. Yeah, they can play fullback, wingback. None of this wingback malarkey. Here we go. Bigmanovic bringing it forward. Where's the run? Callum. Durin back for Bigmanovic. Slots it, not home, but Edvaldo on the rebound is, I think, offside there. Yeah, he was... Actually, he might not be, because sometimes it doesn't count the assist if it hits the goalkeeper, but it looked to me like he was in a massively offside position before that shot was taken. No, it's given. Edvaldo does score. Another goal for him. Lovely scenes. That was a nice build-up, though. I like the way that they play that little interchange. Got a bit lucky here with the way this ball deflected back to Bigmanovic, but still, he did the right thing. Nice. So that gets us back into... Oh, God, insta-highlight. So what sort of scorelines were you seeing with this kind of system, James? Was it, like, getting some proper hammerings? It's going to be weird going back to, like, normal wingers after what we've done, but I suppose it would also free us up to not have to worry about, oh, are they good on both feet? Because that's one of the things that's held us back from picking up wingers, I think, is having to worry about whether they can do it on both sides. As Traw's a good save. And there's just less players. And there we go. Uipesh beating Haladash too. This would actually send us to the top with a game in hand. Maybe give us a chance to play our Maya potentially weird idea later in the stream. They've got an Icelandic player there as well, which is kind of cool. Feels like our centre-backs are sort of not challenging for balls sometimes. Which is odd. They're sort of standing off of people. Consistently winning defensively sound. I mean, that's what you want, right? Basically, I'm asking because I'm wondering if actually we could come up with a more sensible system for Europe that actually maybe is more efficient than what we currently play. We've just kind of been stuck with what we're playing in the past because it's always seemed to be slightly better than anything we can come up with elsewhere. But I do wonder if maybe we were, like with Tromsø, and I think we did the same with Treaty, where after a while, what a pass! That is absolutely outrageous. Oh, and it deserved a better finish. And again, he's just sort of standing off of the striker. Good play, though. So far, it's 2-0 to Uipesh. Okay. Hoof the ball as soon as he feels pressured. Yeah. Oh, Edvaldo. Right, now he should just be able to drop it. What an awful touch. He's back in on goal again. And he's hit the bar. Oh. With a halfback. What, sat behind them, maybe? And then a back two. We can always mess around with it. Surely that would make us a bit over-committed in certain places, though. I know that you drop in a little bit, but I'd be worried that... Well, you think that would sort of force the strikers to be more tight to our centre-backs, and thus they could win the headers easier, maybe. Because the halfback would be occupying this space here. And maybe it would force the striker to make a decision to either be deeper or further forward. And that would put them into the clutches of one of our players, no matter where they were. Teixeira again. Can he fire it across? And Edvaldo's at the back post again. And he scored again. It's 2-0. And Edvaldo's grabbed both. Well, he looks extremely good in this system. Teixeira looks absolutely class out on that right-hand side because he can just use that athleticism that he's got to constantly make runs. And if they can find him, that's good. It's a great cross as well. He's just going to be taller than anyone out there. I feel like Janosch would be quite good as a winger in this system because he's got that height, the same way that Edvaldo does. I like that. Oh, it's a good hit as well. More solid in possession. I mean, we'll see how it goes. But I'm noticing that Bigmanovic is the one player that's sort of looking a little bit out of sorts in here at the moment. I wonder if Janosch's height could benefit him more in this system compared to Bigmanovic, which is ironic, considering he is Bigmanovic. But he's still such a useful footballer to have around the club. That's going to be an awkward one, and the keeper does get it in the end. One thing as well I would say is it's good to see that the goals we've scored with this so far haven't just been like random set-piece goals. We have actually, created open play opportunities. That's a wasteful effort, though, from Edvaldo. Durin just wasn't really ready for it. But Durin looks like he's linking the play up nicely, and he's making good runs. I feel like it's only a matter of time before he starts to get involved in the play a bit more and starts to, create some chances. 7 shots on target as well is a really nice amount. Like, we're hitting the target a lot. We're creating a decent amount. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that would certainly benefit someone like Janosch. I think Janosch in this system would just be excellent as well because his crossing, not even his raw crossing ability, but his passing ability, that was woeful from us. Like, actually woeful midfield play there from Velasquez. What is he playing at? Some of the touches have been very loose in this game from us. I don't know. That's obviously not the tactic. That's just random. It might just be tactical familiarity here. Like, what is this touch? He's lacking a yard of pace. It's a lovely pass from Zarita, and it's a good finish from Jonathan Trullier. Ironically, Trullier is actually Velasquez's best mate as well. He's like one of his favoured personnel, weirdly. Budapest 2-0 up as well, which is helping us. We've not looked amazing here. We've actually been the worst team in some ways, which is concerning. But we are still winning. That's the main thing. We're getting rep-rolled by Zalaga. I think it's just that the tactical familiarity might not be there, although he should be familiar enough because he's playing in the same role that he plays in one of the other tactics, so he shouldn't be too off the pace. I'm thinking an early sub here for Janosch. Just to see what he can offer out wide. Maybe even get Velasquez off for someone like Boothby. Just because I'm a little bit disappointed in his touch there. Budapest trying not to get relegated, but they're also kind of helping us out in terms of helping us win the league, so we'll credit them with that. Since Halash can't really finish any lower than second anyway. Well, they can, but they won't. But this would give us a bit more breathing space if we went back to the top with a game in hand. But we've not been emphatic against a very poor side today. But as long as we don't lose the game or fail to win, then it's fine. That's another good pass through here as Effiong's through. Good defending again. We've been caught out a few times there in behind. Like, that's a couple of times now they've managed to get that exact same passing play off. It seems to be that's this tactic's weakness, is that spot there in the middle. Those balls in behind the the back three. Because they are actually providing gaps. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, Boothby clears it. Whew. That was close. Yeah, I know what you mean. It does feel like sometimes it can be a bit ridiculous. I think our tactical familiarity with this should still be okay. Janosch is through. Can he score? Oh, nearly. Oh, and again. Oh, he should have. Oh, that was better. Cover and defend. I think he's just straight up on defend. We'll check after the match. That was better from us there. But look at this. Like, Zalaga have had chances in this game. Halash pulling it back, but it might not be enough, and it won't cover. I mean, we didn't actually play all that well. We won. We looked a bit out of sorts at the back. I think that's what it was. We just looked a little bit dodgy. Should I sell or keep? It's completely up to you. I don't know you're safe. That's, yeah, a complete... Oh, wow. Screechy. Jesus. When you say on YouTube, do you mean the VODs or like the update videos I've been doing? Because the VODs are long. Very long indeed. Just do a little check here. Yeah, video's not done amazingly, but that's, you're bound to have ones that aren't always amazing every now and then. Oh, that is so bad. Jesus. Oh, well. Honestly, I wasn't particularly confident with it in the first place, so we move. Oh, dear. Oh, the other is nice. We'll have another one of those come out on Sunday as well. Orlov, what was the controversy? I forgot to tweet about it. I don't think that would make much difference, but I haven't. I did forget to do that. Sick. Right. So, yeah, he's on cover. it's one game, and I want to give them an opportunity to build some tactical familiarity with, although they do seem to be pretty familiar. The pressing side of things, weirdly, is maybe the thing that them least can take over at Lyon. Oh, declined to take over at Lyon. I wonder what he's waiting for, job-wise, specifically. I presume Premier League, but, like, who exactly? Cooper's now a Hungarian citizen. Well, good for him. Obviously, he won't be declaring for Hungary on account of him having nearly 60 caps for Scotland already. 60 caps at 23. He's the type of player that could maybe push for 200 caps, but he'll probably retire from international football at, like, 32 or some shit. Big fan of the face. Yeah, I need to send Flute some more faces. I need to give him like a face library. Do an annoying. Oh, did you guys see the sort of that new show they've been doing where they've been the referees mic'd up thing? I very much enjoyed looking at the Fulham Man City goal one. That was great fun. Made me go, oh good, these people are clueless. So that was great. But Dortmund, interesting. What gives you that idea? Right. Okay, so Honved are a decent team up next, so this is going to be fun. National team's done sod all. It's qualified for, I think, one World Cup, but they got absolutely clapped. Yeah, Michael Owen hosting it is an embarrassment. Why? Anyone else, surely. Just literally any other human being, probably. Right. How do they conclude? They concluded it by saying that something to do with it was like something to do with if the goalkeeper was full stretch. It's like, yes, of course he was, but he would have been full stretch faster if he had not had a player in front of him. But yeah, but it was very, very confusing, basically. Wait, who are they buying? Nah, that's fine. John Terry. Oh God. Well, yeah. I mean, I heard Mike Dean on the what was it? He was on. Does he have like his own like little special chair? He clearly paused. You could see him stutter when Akanji or Ake jumps out of the way. I don't know how you can't give that as offside, but whatever, right? That's just football. It just made me go, fuck me. Like, what a weekend. Good. Oh no, it's only minor injury. Although he probably will miss that game. Yeah, I know from what I could tell, the clip I saw of him on Soccer Saturday, he seemed to be pretty smart about it. I love that. He's getting out of the way. Yeah, but in order to get out of the way, that means you are in the way. That's sort of an admission that he is in the way if he's getting out of the way. It's a bizarre situation. Right. See how these, yeah. Yeah, you know, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Mike didn't know. I could see him on Soccer Saturday saying absolutely no way this is given. And also, was it Alan McAnally that was just like, oh, you've got to give that? I'm like, are you mad, bruv? But then there's always one, isn't there? Players by their names that introduce person. But I guess, yeah, I can sort of go with that. Right, so watch Ajax get absolutely hammered here by Bayern. Because that seems to be what's going to happen. Okay, you know what? Maybe Ajax are better than we thought. Actually, this is really good news, honestly, because Germany losing teams could really help us. Also, how warm is it? It is very... what are we up to now? It's a nice balmy 30 in here at the moment. Yeah, he's done everything to avoid the ball, apart from literally standing in the way, which is where he was in the first place. Hey, Mason! Ballon d'Or nominees. I haven't. I did, however. Did you guys see this? That some guy managed to get like a lot of Taylor Swift fans to vote for Jude Bellingham for Golden Boy or something because the other, I think it was Balde, had said that he didn't like her music or something. This is, again, I saw this on TikTok, but yeah, they're getting help from T-Swift. What an unbelievable story that is. Finished third on coefficient with less teams in the Champions League. Well, no, because at this stage, more is better. Because if we have more teams in the Champions League, we get the benefit of all the bonus points. It's probably drugs. Yeah, it's all that meth. So we've gone past the point now where it actually makes... I mean, I'll take having less teams in the Champions League if it maybe helps us a little bit, but I don't think it will. Particularly as those teams might not be great. I'd honestly rather just go over and see if we can get 10 teams in Europe this year. Because at this stage, it actually... The dilution is outweighed by the points the teams are getting, which is not a stage we've ever been to in any other one of these saves before. Literally saying, yeah, it's weird considering like I have no interest in Taylor Swift whatsoever. I am completely indifferent to her music, right? But I will still constantly be recommended TikToks about her in general, and I feel like it's just because her brand is so wide-ranging that it's basically just become general knowledge in a way, and it's just like, hey, this is general. Do you like this, don't you? And I'm like, not really. Okay, these two. Ooh, Alcon looks really tasty. I think that's, I mean, other than the low composure, he's only 18, but he's already two caps for Chile. I think surely he's a pickup. Just doing our transfer business early here, but like, for me, he looks like a really good signing. And it's the Catholic daddies. They've rarely ever let us down. I'd pay 4 million. It's because we've got 4 million. No, just in Taylor Swift. I know the Swifties will be after me now, chat. I'll live my own era. Pecoraro is not even that good. Other than the fact that he's a Welshman called Sebastiano Pecoraro. Actually, I think with these guys... Okay, Igor's clearly not that good. Benitez isn't that good either. These guys probably not. But the rest of them, they're not fully scouted yet, so I'll give them a chance. You know, maybe it'll be better than that when we've reported a channel. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. This is the thing. That kind of power is weird. Low should be dropped by... Wait, you've got caps? Oh, I forgot J-Lo had caps. Start a tab with the Catholic daddies. To be fair, we've not bought someone off them for like 10 years. Not a Swiftie. It's one of these things where I actually don't mind some of her songs. I'm just like, you know, just not super arsed, right? Okay, this is quite an important one. So let's see what they want to do for this. So there's some knackeredness in the players. I want to start Janosch for this game. Wait, where is he? Janosch? Is he like suspended for a cup match? Oh no, he's there. That's weird. We don't want Diakite because I actually think that we look quite good down that left side. So I think Schumacher again. I am tempted to try Hillestad here. Oh no, I can't. No, he can't play there. I thought for some reason he could play there. I'm an idiot. Muaz is not quite fit yet. And I don't want to play Tichera in the middle. Although Tichera's right back could be interesting. 3-4-3. No, it's not a 3-4. Well, it kind of is actually in some ways, yeah. We'll do... Oh, Christ. Do I want to start Schumacher again? I might start Ramirez on the other side, actually, and then do Tichera here. Oh, that's a different Ramirez. Never mind. I forgot we have double Ramirez. Bit of that. Oh. That's true, yeah. If we get the Swifties in, I'll just run ads. It'll be the only time I ever run ads on Twitch. Right, yeah, that might have to do for today. The Ramirez is not playing centre-back, obviously. I might put Sol back in, honestly. Man needs football. Give him a chance for just a little step down there all the way across the back line. If we still look a bit dodge in this game, I might be tempted to move one of the centre-backs into the half-back position there instead. One thing as well we're going to be losing out of this system is the ability to play Hillestad and Raposo. Oh, what was the lookup? Oh, I didn't. It's a name that could happen, right? But it hasn't. Ah. There's Taylor Mew, but no Taylor Swift, sadly. Something I have been enjoying, actually, is Demi Lovato has been re-releasing versions of her songs, but with, like, a rock backing, basically. And her cover of Heart Attack... Her reimagining of Heart Attack absolutely fucking slaps, chat. Let me tell you, if you haven't listened to that, it is a bloody banger. Must be honest. Huge song. One of your ex-coaches becomes a manager at another club. They tend to loan a lot of your players. I haven't, but that's probably only because we've not really had that happen a lot. Annoyingly, we constantly get... Well, not constantly. We've been approached many times for our players, for our coaches to become managers at other clubs in Hungary, and they almost always seem to turn them down. I think the only player or coach in this save that's left to join another club to be a manager is Reece James, but he went to Chelsea. At one point, Girmont approached Alberto Malero in this save, but he said no. And I wish there was a way of saying, you know what? This is a good opportunity for you. Maybe you should take it. But sadly, you don't have that choice. Everyone doesn't want you to have that choice. It looks like we'd face Kekshmet in the final if we got there as well. Which would be a good opportunity to give them some rep, I suppose. Right, let's go. See what this one shapes up like. I want to see if the touches are a little bit less gopping. That'll be cool, actually. Which, to be fair, not that we've had much problems with loaning players, but I suspect that having a relationship with the managers probably does help a little bit, right? Managers in Hungary tend to last either a really long time or no time at all. I'm looking at you, Uipesh. Poached by Patches. That's what I wanted from this. That's why I wanted to bring these guys in as coaches, but it just doesn't seem to have happened in this save. The board will probably go mental. No, they won't go mental if you lose the final. What I've noticed is that they only care about it if you go out too early. We've lost finals before, deliberately, and they've not complained. It's just when you go out too early. Although, actually, I do wonder how much of an advantage it would be giving Kekshmet any extra rep at that point. But we'll see. We'll have to see how it's shaping up. Us winning the league title will certainly help with that, though, I suspect. Right, okay, ball over the top. And again, that space through the middle does look a little bit vulnerable. We defended it a little bit better that time. Some tired... Oh, God, the touches do look a bit dodgy still. But we'll see. It feels like at times we don't have a lot of runs in behind. And then we get a bit caught in possession a little too often for my liking. And he's gone past him. Now that ball in behind is on again. It's a good save. I don't know. We've just looked a little bit shaky again there. It feels like we're too easy to get through at the moment with this system. The players don't seem to be really taking to it so far. Push us 2.0. I mean, Janosch, is probably the best player we've had of that sort of ilk. Like, so far, we just look a little bit languid. Not really creating a lot. Looking a bit more vulnerable at the back than you'd expect. I might try a DM for the second half. We're just trying to see. Yeah, Kenyatta can actually play DM. Oh, wait, yeah. They're already DMs, aren't they? It's a weird-looking system. Just shrink him a little bit deeper as a half-back in there. Just get him covering over. Needs to be advanced forward. I mean, we're just trying stuff out, but I feel like Durin isn't making any runs anymore. But we'll just adjust. Because I feel like there's something here we can make work. It might just be that because of the level we're playing at, it just isn't the right type of players for it. Let's see if we see any changes. Because that was a very even first half where we showed nothing of an attacking threat going forward. Let's see if we can change that a little bit here. Janosch driving at people immediately, which is what I love to see from him. Taking the lads on. Oh, hang on. And a Valdo's header! Well, the generation of goals still seems to be a very straightforward system, i.e. back post headers and stuff for those wide players when they get into certain positions. It feels like when we got the ball out wide, we've got many more goal scoring opportunities, but I feel like these little changes might allow us to be more fruitful through the middle as well from time to time, because obviously we don't want Durin to just be kind of a passenger in this team. But that was a good header. That certainly is a way to score goals, though, for sure. But I want to see us sort of the middle of the pitch get involved a little bit more in this one now. So Kenyatta's bringing it forward here. Right, now we're going through the middle a bit more as Janosch is there. It's a big save, but that immediately we look better. We're creating stuff. All of a sudden, as the second half's begun, we're looking much, much better on the ball. Durin's delivery, and Janosch is at the back post, and Janosch has scored! Okay, I don't know why he was the one at the back post there, but Janosch makes it 8 goals this season for the man. Like that. 2-0 to us as well. Really nice cross from Blaz. Okay, set piece, but we take that. That's just a really nice cross, and Janosch is just so big. Banger of a header. Where's the button? Boom. Yes. Right. 2-0, that's better. Might make a couple of tweaks in a minute. Not tactics-wise, but personnel-wise. Just because there are some tiredness in the legs. Oh, God. Do I bring Diakite? To be fair, Diakite, if at the very least, can actually play that role. Which might be... Maybe that's his calling. I don't know if it might just be that we're not seeing the runs because maybe they're not picking him out. I don't know. What instructions have we got? So overlap right and left. I wonder if that's because they're not making those... Oh, no, they're not looking... Oh, they kind of are. It makes me think that maybe they're not playing the pass to Durin because they're waiting for the overlaps instead of passing the ball through the center when he's making those runs. But we'll see. So he might be getting into the positions, but they're just not finding him because they're waiting for overlaps. Oh, good. They're in wingbacks, but they're not inverted wingbacks. Okay, because that's gone well there. Thank God this wasn't a Champions League match. And also thank God we're already winning by 2-0. I don't really want to make any changes to that. We'll just leave it as it is. A bit of a gap out wide there, but thankfully we're playing a back 5. It'll be fine. They'll get too big for their boots. Durin does seem to have improved. I know we got the assist, which is definitely going to have helped him with that, but the second half in general does seem to have been much, much better from us, albeit only 1 goal from open play, and it was still quite a normal goal for the tactic, which is something. Oh, go on, Blaz. Here's your moment. That's a bloody good effort, actually. That was a really nice animation, everything about that. Like the really low shot, the way the goalkeeper saved that. I actually quite enjoyed that. Just as a fan of the match there. Yeah, second half, definitely... Like, we've definitely improved massively as the second half's worn on. I do wonder if playing this from the start of a game... Like, we've won the match, which is the key thing. But look at that domination period right at the start of the second half when we made those tweaks. And obviously, once we got the red card, that changed a lot for us there. Also made us get more possession. I think that's the next step, is make those two little changes. And we can kind of go from here. See what else is available for it. Because I do like the way that it's got those back post headers. But I feel like we need to have ways to create chances on the counter-attack as well, and building up play going forward rather than just relying on that. Juve losing. Wow, Real Madrid and Chelsea 0-0. Okay, oh yeah, I forgot we were doing this. And it might simply be that the level we're playing at, the players... I have noticed that. Sometimes I've tried tactics from my lower league saves at the top, and it just seems to be less effective. He's going to want quite a lot of money, isn't he? Let's just try that. Oh, he wanted more than that. Okay. The fact that he's already got caps is going to make this a bit more complex for us, but that's fine. I'll hit him with that relegation release clause thing too. That should hopefully assuage him a little bit. There we go. 8 years. Nice. Some more width. Yeah, I mean, we don't want the low. What the hell? Where's that red? Okay. Let's go back in here again. Okay, not what I wanted, FM. Can I put him in there, please? There we go. Nope, FM, come on. Oh, for the love of Christ. Right. There we go. Christ on a bike. This menu's proper glitchy sometimes. So I presume the idea of this would be that he can sort of slot in between them. So that's the next... That's a weird looking midfield. This would... I just feel like this is going to be costing us in places. If anything, we look less defensively stable with that. But we weirdly didn't in that game, which is the strange thing. Arguably, us having the DM there actually sort of prevented them from getting into those positions to make those passes in the first place. We could octo-track the final. It depends. I'm still not entirely sure how well the board will take to that. Oh, here we go. Right. It's about bloody time. I didn't realise how long ago these games were. So here we go. We've got Europa League is Debrecen and Kisvárda. They've got very tough draws, but you just never know. I'm not holding a lot of hope for them. I've been let down before. This is the one I've got my... This is the basket I have my eggs in. I have my eggs firmly in the Mezhkovej basket. They're playing the weakest side left in the tournament. Just don't let me down. Just do something to just not let me down. I beg of you. Oh, now Schumacher's injured as well. Ooh, we've got quite a few little... most of these are small injuries that they should be back soon. And most of them aren't to key players. Only really Romero is the one that worries me. Nothing there. Oh, right. Go on, Bodder. What do you got? Yep, I thought you might. God, Bodder are just an absolute gold mine in this save. I know they've got good... but like they've been so good in this save. So Marcus Wright, new guy. It's the only one we haven't ever received a report about. Fucking hell. Obviously, you want to get a report on him. That's from Tromsdalen too. Resolute personality. Reserved media handling style. Not quite sure what he does yet. But particularly at that age, he looks quite decent. Right. Prepared to be disappointed, Chateau. I reckon they lose by like multiple... Ooh, 3-1 and 1-1. Okay. Very good from Kisvárda. Decent display. Maybe slightly the worst side, but a 1-1 isn't totally out of range there. And pretty much bang on, really. I mean, 3-1 is pretty fair. I think they'll struggle to get past Benfica. They're a bloody good team. But that sets them up for a really nice second leg at home. Oh, my lord. What are you playing at? Oh, that's less so. They looked good, but Fishnik Pashay, a player we nearly signed from PAOK at one point, because I definitely remember the name Fishnik. They should have done better with that. Gnome Cone did... God, I forgot that Gnome Cone was playing in the Europa Conference League. That's the levels we've stooped to. Although he has got 21 caps for Israel, so I can hardly say it's bad, but we could have done with not that being the case. particularly as Germany continued to extend their gap. And now actually we fall behind Spain on the year too. It's kind of mad though that this time last year we had this same number of points after the group stages. Losing those 3 teams from the losing those 3 teams from the battle. Sorry, there was only 2 teams, wasn't it? Not getting 2 teams through to the knockouts was catastrophic for us, really. But that's why we need as many teams as possible in it next year. But now I'm starting to think that's less likely. Yeah, team meeting, avoid at all costs. They are just... I think it's just a dynamic in the game that probably just needs to be completely looked at, but won't be. Right, we're playing Halalash today, so this is going to be fascinating. So we're going to get Alakol. Okay. Halalash away. Sorry, Halalash at home. We are top again. But this is going to be... Team meeting metric, never. I choose death. Just give me death at that point. But didn't Newcastle draw with Bilbao? I swear it was 2-2 between Newcastle and Athletic Club. Right. Okay. What do we fancy with this one? No, not that. I might actually try Diakite there. Because he at least actually can play the role. Ramirez at right back, though, is... Oh, my God. I was going to say not happening, but it kind of is happening. Because we have no other players. Wait, Teixeira's... No. Teixeira can play there. We'll do... Moaz, maybe? Maybe it was 3-2. I must have misread it. Okay. A 2-5-3. How high is the line? It is low block, actually, surprisingly. Yeah, Advaldo, surely. Yeah, no. Where is Advaldo? There he is. He's only a tiny bit tired. And probably Janosch again, honestly. If he's fit enough, anyway. Ooh, he's struggling a little bit. But I think he's worth starting and then bringing off the bench someone like Bigmanovic. Harv would have to be the true answer to that question. No, I wouldn't stick Harv up. He'd have the true... Sound quite tall. He's like 6 foot with 14 jumping reach, but Janosch is 6'1" with 13 jumping reach, actually. But yeah, Sam might be an interesting one to try in that role. Don't know whether he's a great winger, but he can play the role. We can always adjust in the game if we need to. Sit on a dick and eat a cake or sit on a cake. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Hot sauce, but would the hot... Oh, God, no. Surely. That's the last thing you'd want. Agony, surely. Right. I'm concerned just about the fact that Blaz has not scored in either of these games so far that we've played, and I'm worried about his striking ability. The key thing is to not lose. Actually, even if we lost, we have a game in hand on them still. So we'd actually be able to go back to the top again with that, but obviously I would rather not lose. Just because us winning here could pretty much mud them. Hey, Frosh! Why is my phone going off? Right, let's go. So that is a good team that they've got out there. Shivkovic, Leon Vorgan, Pavoni, Ribera, Ben Solar and Gonzalez, and Maniera. That just whole backline is absolutely stacked. Right. Let's try it. This will be the biggest test because they are head and shoulders the best club in Hungary that aren't us. God, look at that possession. Okay, Van Dam with the cross maybe. And Patrice is there and it's cleared away. That was better though. Obviously from a set piece, but still a nice chance. See what Halalash are like on the ball. See what we set up like defensively and where the spaces are. Because there is definitely that screen in front of the defense now, which is helping a little bit as Van Dam intercepts it. This is better. See what he can come up with here. He's taking them with him. Blas is making a run. He's going to obviously aim this at the far post. Oh, what a pick out. Holy shit, what a strike. What a weird-ass goal. Yamin with an absolute thunder bastard. That was just a lovely bit. What a pick out from Van Dam. Holy God. Unlimited bacon and no more video games. Unlimited games and no more bit. Wait, hang on. Or games, unlimited games. Oh, no, I'm a bit confused about the entire sentence, honestly, at that point. That's a great strike from Yamin. Really, really important. Such a lovely bit of vision as well. From Sem in the wide spot. Oh, God. Right, Leon Vorgan to deliver this. And Zivkovic off the crossbar, and it's cleared away. But Duran's going to get this. Okay, showing a bit of speed here, which is nice. I think it's Leon Vorgan chasing him too. Yeah, it is. Well won. That's their throw? I think he kicked it against him, I suppose. Right. 1-0 to us. We'll take that, because that would send us 3 points clear and have a game in hand, but we still... Wait. Oh, look at the overlap at the back post. Duran will probably go for goal from here. He usually does. Oh. Yeah, I feel like, well, to be fair, I wouldn't be able to do my job, so I would have to go Sans Bacon, but we still don't look particularly great. We've only got 26% possession against Haladash. Teixeira's ball in, Edvaldo's header across the bar, but we just look a bit, I don't know. We're able to get very few touches on the football, really. Direct free kicks, rarely. Oh, God, what a block. You don't see a lot of them scored. It's better than it was last year, but it's, yeah, never great. And when you do see them score, they're almost always from the same exact position. 4 seasons. Jeez, I'm trying to remember the last time we scored one, actually. It's been a while. Yeah, look at that possession stat. I feel like this is better as a counter-attacking tactic for a team that's maybe lower down the league. So little chances, but they still have more chances than we have. And really, we shouldn't be in that situation. I feel like, you know, we are still better than them by a decent margin. If we were to win this game, though, it would give us a bit of breathing room for me to try out my other idea. Which keeps some of the shape, but change some slight changes in it. We just need to make sure we stay in front. But I have a feeling that they're going to be... Oh my God, Diakite, I swear to God, buddy. If you cost us yet another opportunity, right? Cooper should get... What on earth? Keep us right there. That was just one of those FM goals, really, wasn't it? Where why is he kicking it at him there? It's not like the keeper's positioning is even bad here. He just comes to collect it and then just doesn't. I know the game's trying to say, hey, he's missed this, but then show me that. Get Ramirez on for a little bit. Valdo's not actually been great either. We'll get Janosch in. Blaz will try out Big Manovic in there too. And I might even try Petrov for a little bit. A draw wouldn't be the end of the world. But it would sort of say to me, change is probably needed. Raposo at left wing back. Sure, why not? First time Scotland. Oh, Scotland, good luck, because Brexit rules. Austria is... Actually, I would say Austria is probably a good shout. But I think you'll really struggle to build anything in Scotland. Oh, they've changed their system. But they've been the better side in this game. Drake Calendar... Oh, it's a close one between Drake Calendar and Diakite, but I think Diakite might just be edging it these days. 24 come out. When they announce it, really? Oh, no. Please don't let us concede here. Right, Raposo's got it. But he might still be able to provide... I mean, this man is just an assist machine, so he might even be able to provide them from the wing. Oh, that's going to be a red card. Radovanovic has hauled him down, and it's actually only going to be a second yellow, but he is gone. It's meaningless, unless Blaz can somehow score the free kick. You could use it. Yeah, you could use it. Does it have a limit? Ah, that sucks, Raposo. Well, this is a spot, you know. Keeper's... Ah, he's moved back. Oh, no. Keeper's still providing a space. He's gone for it! Come on. 95th minute winner from Claudio Raposo at left wing back has given us pretty much one hand on the league title now. Oh, what a finish. It's just we were talking about direct free kicks. He's just bent one in the top. That is an absolutely perfect free kick. Raposo is just so good. What? I mean, we did not deserve that. We were crap. They dominated the entire game against us there. I want to try out my idea. Yeah, Raposo is just... No matter where you put him, he just does things, right? I think we do need an AM because Raposo and Hillestad are too good to not have in the tactic. I do want to try out the back five idea again, but I want to try it with a style of football that's more like what we play, generally speaking. More possession-based, more building it up, but still... Let's go back to the drawing board. Happen against us. Well, it does quite frequently, so it's just nice to have it happen to someone else for once. Right, let's get rid of that for the moment. Let's just... what I will do is just copy this tactic in here so that we can just work with a lot of the instructions already built in. So, what I'm thinking, I want to try out that idea with the inverted wingbacks and the back three. But we might actually have some CMs potentially in this. So we'll drop you one of these back in here as well. You want to offer promotion to my channel? Oh no, that's such a shame. Inferno, get your hammer. That's so unfortunate for you. God, don't you hate it when that happens? It's This is such a dream come true for me. I've always wanted to buy a Viewbot. Right, yeah, so let's try. What's like a bit dodged like that, perhaps? Place for Janos. Oh, yeah, we could do place for Janos, true. So, hang on. If we do place for Janos, so that would have to be somewhere out here on the right, because he's more comfortable there, which means, actually, if we did it this way round, so that someone's going to run into that space, like that, maybe. Obviously, we'd have to chair, I feel like, would probably end up being supporting wing back here. Now, would I want him as a Trek? I probably would. He would be attacking, because he'd have to be up and down that wing. I would wonder if maybe, actually, not Yamin in that role, but specifically more like... No, we want more like an attacking midfielder on support. So, yeah, I wouldn't want the RPM here. I'm just... I want someone running into these spaces, basically. And then Naseru as an anchor, perhaps. Just because I like an anchor in this team. We probably do need... Actually, would we need an anchor if we're playing a back three? It would depend. Because we need someone to be creative. We could have the RPM actually back here. The RPM back here might be not be the end of the world. I would offset the striker, but we tried that before and it didn't really work that well. I'd rather just have them... They're offset from him, essentially. Now then. Play out defense is fine. Low cross is fine. Dribble less... That's... I'm actually just trying to see if there's anything here I don't want, really. Most of this stuff is quite basic, and I kind of let the players do their thing a lot of the time, rather than trying to, like, overcomplicate things on the instructions. I sort of have, like, a footballing ethos, and then just plan the tactical stuff around that in between. Oh, yeah, shit, we're playing inverted wing backs, aren't we? Well, Durin's not going to play centre-back, obviously. This is not a tactic. This is just a... We're looking at the positions, not the players. So if I inverted him here... Well, to be fair, just because you've got 3 centre-backs in the league doesn't mean that you're not attacking. Because for what I'm about to do is sort of going to prove my point. So the idea was actually that we wanted to have wide centre-backs on attack that overlapped the outside of the inverted wing-backs. That was my plan. So that might actually mean that we might want to have him on support as well. Yeah, actually, to be fair, we kind of don't want this guy inverted, do we? But what we do... Because we need him to provide width. However, having an inverted... Having the wing-back... the wide centre-back being able to go with him up here would essentially create like that overload here that we'd be looking for. And that would allow Naseru to sort of slot in here if he had to. It's just an idea at this stage. But I think that might be the complete... you're right, actually. He might actually have to be a complete wing-back. Because the level 8... Yeah, no, that's the idea. They won't invert if they don't have a winger in front of them. Well, to be fair, he does have a winger in front of him. Well, someone in the wide position. He's not inverted. Because we need someone to play this position. We need someone to cover this role. And I don't think the wide centre-back is going to be that advanced. Enjoy your day, Bill. I kind of think that that's a basis that we can start. And then we can kind of investigate going into the games. That gives us... It covers a lot of the bases. I do like a bit of asymmetry as well. That's literally it, comrade. I think... Once we see it in the matches, we'll be able to find its weaknesses more evidently. Obviously, it has weaknesses, which we can see. But sometimes the match engine doesn't show them up as much as you think they would do. And that's what we're more interested in for me. Oh, good. 8 weeks with a broken toe. Good lord. Did you drop, like, Mjolnir on it? What's going on? Christ. More stability. Change that. But, like, change it to what? Because we were going to do an anchor, but then you were like, we don't want an anchor. Also, he's quite... Oh. He looked really good on the paper there, but we do need a creative player somewhere in the squad. I don't like teams without any kind of creativity. Collars of Diamonds. Maybe. We could try an anchor. Actually, now that we've moved to wide centre-backs, an anchor might not be the worst idea in the world, but the question then becomes who's going to be creating stuff in this tactic for us? Like, who is going to be... We could do an AP up here. We could have a... The Trek, I suppose... But I don't know if I want to trust him to do that all by himself. The CM might be the one, but then we'd lose the CM's... We could do like an attacking role-focused AP in there, maybe. But I'm worried that he might not be as contributory to the making those forward runs. Though we could always give him the get further forward instruction, maybe. Don't need 2 DMs. We don't have 2 DMs. This system has only got 1 DM. He's the only DM. Now Velasquez is injured. And now Patrice is... What? Both of them getting tight here. We'll try it. We'll try it out as base, and then we can always adjust things if we're feeling like we're lacking stuff. In the same area as the CM, maybe. That's the thing with this. I just don't really know, honestly, and that's what I'm kind of looking forward to finding out. It's very good pass, bro. I think that's good of you to do that. I think it makes sense. Definitely need a bit of that. A Raumdeuter. Get that word out of your mouth. Oh, welcome in from Germany, my friend. Yeah, we've got to, like, test it first, and then we'll kind of go from there. So, Chelsea through. Atletico through as well. With a guy called Alcocer. Oh, of course he's Mexican. He's a good player in this save. He's always Mexican. I'm more excited to see how Ajax do against Bayern in the second leg. They don't have Sky Vink to save them this year. Oh, Janosch again. Be good player. I mean, yes, he would be a good player. Sunny Croatian bit. Oh, that sounds delicious. Certainly better than in here, where I'm just really hot and not on a beach. Inverted winger suggestions. Well, you can't invert everybody, or can you? It's just everyone just ends up in the middle. Oh, thank you, mate. That's very kind. Let's see. You know what? Maybe we were wrong about Ajax. They're through to the semis. Other ones, CB would be like Ireland are good, Poland are good, Austria if you want to start further up. Although Austria do have a loan rule that I've been told about today that might be not so good, so let that affect you. I don't know. Ajax knocked us out. Admittedly, they got lucky in some of the things that happened in the game against us, and they really shouldn't be that good, but clearly they've got quality. Like, we can't get too uppity about it. They knocked us out. You guys are all shortlisted already. You're already joining us. You're the other guy from there. You guys aren't fully scouted yet. That's fine. Ajax knocked out Bayern. Yeah, they lost the second leg, but they got through, which is good for us. Does the season preview say anything about a team at all? Which team? Who are you after? Under 19 pound new tactic. I don't know. But, hang on, we'll be able to tell pretty quickly. Yep. And they just beat Ajax 4-0 playing it. Look at the number of chances created. Just in general. Sorry, I was just struggling to understand what exactly you were looking for. Like, because the season preview shows things like this, and it shows, like, there's the Dream 11 and stuff like that. I was going to say, I'm glad Cooper's in there. I mean, who else could be? Obviously, Beng Sword with his apps. God, he's good. Whew. He's a naughty man. Rate My Tactic is useful in certain ways, but maybe not always in other ways. One of my biggest indicators of a tactic being stable is how well your under-19 squads play with it, because often under-19 teams, they can often be quite even in a lot of teams. Not always. There's often some just really bad teams, but generally speaking, the quality gaps are not that high, so a lot of it comes down to tactics. And that was actually the first clue to me that the Bolton system was going to work, is when our under-19 squad or whatever played it in a friendly, and I went, okay, right, go on, Meshkovest, show me the... hang on. How strong a team is inside your league, or is it pretty much based on reputation? Well, both. They have high reputations and club and player reputations because they are good players. So they are strong sort of because of that, and vice versa. It's kind of synergistic. Right, let's see if Meshkovec can... I just have a horrible feeling they won't. Because from everything we've seen so far this season in Europe, weird things seem to happen. And because they've got nothing to hang on to... Oh, God, they're both out. Jesus. Bit unfortunate. Malta can't start soon enough, chat, I've got to tell you. .93rd minute goal. They had 0.23 XG. Just classic, isn't it? Just everything we anticipated, which means I assume Meshkovec are out as well. Bloody hell. Just the classic 4-0 hammering away. We're still in this, chat. If this had... Right, say we'd gone a few extra time... Like, if we'd gone an extra hour on Tuesday, which there's no way in fuck I was going to do. Can you imagine how I would have taken that? I'm just delirious with shame. So, FK Partizan are through, and that's who Meshkovec will play. Wait, did Hoffenheim just knock out Trabzonspor? Holy shit. Trabzonspor are the best team in it. They're the only team that Meshkovec have lost to so far in this entire tournament. They are the best team in it by a comfortable distance. So, them being out, Lech Poznan and Whoa. I mean, you can't... we discard them to a certain extent, but the fact is they still only had 4 shots. They probably didn't create a lot. It's more to do with they're less trustworthy the more shots they're in a game. Plus, we've also turned the detail level up to see if that would help with things. And, I mean, yeah. At least Mezhkovec is still in Europe, right? We've got no hope. We're up to 17.3. But, I mean, even with England losing a team from the Conference League, they're just... Yeah, we might lose another Europa Conference League final. It's our biggest dream, chat. He should be dropped by his family at this point. If they won the whole thing, I think we'd owe them a collective apology for our derision of them when they actually managed to qualify for it in the first place. Now, bearing in mind, they did knock out Sevilla to get into it. But even then, I was like, well, you know, shit happens sometimes. But they've actually proved themselves this season. They've been the most competitive Hungarian side. Hold my hands up. Reputation right now. The coefficient right now is number 2. We're still miles clear in number 2, but unfortunately, we were gaining on England this season, but we've literally put down a season that's only slightly better than the year we're losing. Mej are the only team left. Yes, unfortunately, Kishvala battered Real Sociedad, conceded in the 93rd minute, and then lost on penalties. Man does deserve it. He really bloody does. He's definitely getting sold in the summer now. Like, it's just an inevitability. Like, even if, like, we're still 12 points past Spain, I just think that we're just... This was the year that we had to sort of match England a little bit. Like, stay with them, and then hope that we could gain ground. And we could still, you know? But... They are going to have to win the Conference League now to get us to, like, 18 points. It's just not been an amazing year for us in general. But I think that's just taken the pressure off a little bit. I feel like if we somehow manage to get number 1, then it's going to be a massive surprise and not an expectation at this point. Well, he was wanted by Manchester United, and they actually did bid on him in January. The problem was they didn't bid any money. They bid like £2 million for him, which for me, even though he's crap, he's actually not crap in terms of, like, his actual quality, and his attributes would suggest that he should be worth more than he is. Let's put it that way. Morian, thank you very much for the 20 months.
20 months already, and here on a weekday for once.
I know. What's up today? Well, there was a couple of players that were worth... Actually, no, we found a Belgian guy, would you believe it, on the next gen that we've already signed up, and a guy from the Catholic Daddies. So yeah, actually there was.
My car.
Team Messam, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. God, I'm amazed I'm not actually sweating one out at the moment, but I'm not thus far. Uipest are just getting muddied now. Ferencvaros just clattering them.
There's a train coming anytime soon. Oh yes.
Oh god, Debrecen, sort your crap out. Although they do have games in hand, but still, we don't really want Mezhkovec. I mean, actually, I don't mind Mezhkovec getting back into Europe again, because at the moment they'd be back in the Conference League, and that's if they don't win the damn thing. That's still very much on the cards here. Caramano, thank you for the follow. Oh, McDonald's after stream. No, this guy was a reasonably priced Belgian. I think he only cost us, I think, 10 million in the end, which for his quality was pretty decent for an 18-year-old at, was he at Mechelen? Yeah, we're not going to get the 10 teams in Europe next year. Technically, we could still get 9, but there's no way we're overtaking Germany in that from this point. 8 is still a possibility, though. That would be if Mezhkovec won the Conference League, but also finished 8th. They would get in. Oh, I signed an overpriced Belgian last stream. He was way more... he was genuinely very good, though. And 8-0 from the MTK second squad. Are they playing this system as well? They are? Bugger me. How? I just wonder, right? I know we've got no real data yet, as we're about to get some data against Mezhkovec. Have we just accidentally created something quite good? Oh no, the overpriced guy is legitimately very good. His name is Lambertus Schumacher. If you ever wanted another reason to sign a player. So Hillestad can come back into the team now, which is good. And Raposo. Getting those two both in the team at the same time is scary. I think Edvaldo really should be the starting Trek for this at the moment. Ramirez is fine for that for the moment. I don't know if is Lamberto back again yet? Yeah, he'll be fine. Pretty much integrated. We're probably going to be... There's a lot less things that we can do between now and the end of the save anyway, because any players we brought in would not probably be good enough yet to have an impact on those teams. So it's probably going to be this summer's focus in terms of transfers is maybe just going to be us strengthening ourselves for once with like first team players maybe to just go for it, you know, try and win like 3 straight Champions Leagues to finish things off. Especially if I am going to take that break, that means we're going to probably lose a season's worth of content for that as well. So basically the issue we've got with the Stars is because most of our players are wing backs, but they're not wing backs. So they are all good wing backs, but they're not wing backs in these positions. They're always wing backs back here, and naturally, because they don't have object permanence and are in fact solipsistic, they seem to forget everything the moment they leave the room, you know? So that's... I feel a bit bad for Janos. She's going to But Edvaldo really is the kind of... The test case for this system needs to be the best player for the role, and he is that currently for us. I don't know how I feel about Teixeira. Actually, wait. Teixeira surely would be the one there, and then we put Wilson in, right? Along with Kenyatta. I think for me, that's a better approach, because Teixeira, he's got a good left foot as well. So him actually, as an inverted wingback, would be quite tasty. And he's getting the role. Using that word of a sentence. What did I say? I've literally already forgotten what I said. Oh, solipsism. Yes. Sometimes I like to surprise you. I do it so that I seem cool to Inferno with my long words. Just you wait. One of our players is about to be diagnosed with pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, and then what will we do? Right, let's get this done. So, Mezhikovic, good side. I'm really curious to see how this tactic goes, and then we get to think of a name for it too. We should call it MTK solipsism, just for the memes. Yeah, they're fullback wingbacks and not wingback wingbacks, essentially, yeah. Hey, what can I say? I like to confuse you sometimes. I like to throw in some words. The sound of that is something quite atrocious. It's true. It's supercalifragilistic pneumono-ultramicroscopic. Yep. That's actually a town in Germany. It's just one of those things. Just gotta break it to you. Right, let's do this. I'm excited about this. I might even be tempted to play this game on. Although we're getting a highlight straight off the kickoff, I might be tempted to play this game on extended, just to get a little bit of an idea. Oh hell yes, Ludo! You love to see it. I don't think we've ever had a golden generation youth taking this save. Really, I think the Janos one's probably the best. Look at Hillestad already in a great spot. Edvaldo's already through. Can we take the lead already? We bloody nearly did. It was a lovely open play goal. It funneled play through the middle. That was really nice. Straight off the bat there. Really energetic football. I like the look of that. Create a really nice chance out of the very beginning of the game. Solipsism. Into the box. Cleared away again. The pressure's there already. Like little chances are coming. We're getting a lot of throw-ins in these positions, which we can just keep yeeting into the box. Oh, Teixeira's lost it, but that's fine. Yamin's all the way back. Okay. I want to see what we're like in possession, like when we're in these sort of situations, to see where the openings are. Because Schumacher is just sat up all the way up the wing there. That's a great cross. What a cross that is. He's going to get back to it here as well, maybe. No. I want to see us sort of hit 3 or 4 in this game and look like we could create enough to do so. As Edvaldo's in there again, we are very much putting a lot of pressure on our opponents. We already look very good on that. As Durin's header is off the bar as well. Okay. That's intriguing. The chance creation looks solid so far. Although, hang on here. See what we're like defensively. What we're like on the counter-attack. Oh, God. Right, come on, let's push out. Right, Hillestad, come on. Ah. Oh, we've intercepted it. Right, let's go. Oh, I was hoping that was going to be a chance. Perfectly cromulent. Teixeira taking people on. Edvaldo's in there. He's got so many bodies around. And he might have been fouled, but he hasn't. We're still at the ball, though. We look really tenacious in this system. Wilson Roberto, overlapping centre-back. Here he comes. Ball in. Hillestad over the bar. I love that. I like that a lot. The centre-back made the run. He overlapped. But he did it at the right moment. It wasn't just random overlappery. And look at this. Schumacher's got to find that pass. There he has. Raposo. Another assist for him, perhaps? Patrice. Yamin, look at the space. He's got... Oh, why is he shooting from there? Oh. Okay. I'm content with what I'm seeing out of them so far. In the back post? Not really. Not from open play, anyway. Good save from Cooper. They probably won't make those kind of runs. When they do overlap, they tend to overlap wide. You can't, as far as I know, you can't yet do underlapping inverted centre-backs. Give them a chance, though. Like, there's still time. Like, we look decent, but we have sort of faded a little bit as the game's worn on, but people are playing reasonably well. I'm willing to give it a chance. Right, now we certainly look very strong defensively, which is nice. Edvaldo knocks it down. Durin's header, and it's another shot save offside this time. Narrow attacking with. I just don't know if I'd want that, honestly. Not with the system we're playing. I really don't like narrow systems. I don't know why, even though this was kind of narrow in some respects. Okay. Who's performing poorly? Kenyatta's struggling a little bit, and Hillestad's looking a little bit out of sorts, but we just want to get on the ball more. Teixeira is popping up in some brilliant positions. Like, he is just sitting... Him sat on here almost like a DM in possession is really interesting. And I'm really liking that. What a pass. There we go. That's more like it. Blaz is making the runs now. We're providing the passes for him. That's a lovely bit of play. Do want to lose defensive stability. I mean, how is our... He's on a 6.6, so he's not appalling. We've got a lot of yellow cards in there. It's Hillestad I'm worried about. I feel like maybe with Hillestad... Where even is Hillestad? Is that him there? Yeah. He's pushed up onto the front line there, which I don't mind. You'd think that actually wouldn't be too much of a problem, because Teixeira's sort of occupying where Hillestad would be when we've got possession, but then obviously he's making the forward run, so it's not really an issue. I'll give them the rest of the game, but we lead, which is key. And obviously you can't tell a lot from one game often, just because you do want to see like the familiarity building slightly. But we're doing okay. But getting the striker to score as well is just a good sign, because it was just a nice little pick out through the middle. Just want to make sure we've always got options available. So Hillestad's always pilling into space, but I do wonder if those positions, he's dropping deep and it's just the ball is going to Teixeira instead. And he's just not getting as many touches, and therefore he can't have the same impact on the game. See him Metzala. What, make Hillestad into a Metzala maybe? Since... Metzala on attack. So that he doesn't drop as deep to get the ball, and actually just waits further up the pitch and lets Teixeira have a bit more space there. Ah, you're right, true, yeah, he would. I mean, he's immediately on the ball there, but this is pre-tweak. Good defending. All right, Hillestad's on the ball again. That's better. Yeah, Regista would cost us a lot in the defensive side of things, I suspect. Schumacher, despite his rating in the game, I think he's actually looked quite good in this game so far. Schumacher down the side. Can he drill this across? He's tried to pick someone out. He's tried to pick out Hillestad there, oddly. I'm not sure why. Teixeira is battling like nobody's business in that role. What a pass. Oh, nearly. Hillestad putting his body about a little bit now. This is pre-change anyway, though, so we can't really take much into this. This is more just CMA type of stuff. As Raposo! Oh, that's a great ball. And he's absolutely fluffed it. What do I want to check, actually? I might actually weirdly be tempted to put our attacking midfielder on attack as well, because I feel like Raposo is so lethal when he makes those runs. And I think part of him making those runs is because he's on attack. And I wonder if we're losing that a little bit. Oh, as he goes and scores. It's 2-0. Raposo grabbing a lovely goal there for himself. What a weird set piece in general. Like, he just kind of... The defenders just sort of stayed really deep there when he throws this. Like, they follow him all the way deep there, meaning that Raposo is fighting with the goalkeeper nearly. Lovely little interchange in the midfield. Okay, 2-0. Not bad. Against a decent team. Completing a lot of passes. Hillestad's still sort of struggling a little bit. That might be the one part of this that's still a little bit sus, is the CM. The rest of it looks pretty stable. Even Yamin. They're all on 6.8s. Schumacher I still think has played well, even though the rating might not suggest that. I've not seen anything negative from him in this game, which is pleasing. It's just the CM I feel like we need to sort of maybe work on. Find him a way to get in the game a little bit more. Now, whether that be... I mean, it might just be that he's going to get an assist in a minute. We're just waiting for the moment. But, like, see, now he's sat in this position. I feel like before he'd have been more like here. Although, we'll see. There's a lack of an overlap there because, obviously, with Teixeira playing so narrow, when we get in those positions, it's not quite as easy for us to play those passes. What a hit. Oh, yeah, no. Patrice deserves it. He's been so solid, no matter... For about the last 5 years now, really. He's been the best defender in the world, probably. Without a shadow of a doubt. He's just next level quality. And always seems to play well, for the most part, anyway. Right, I might make some changes. I might get Janosch in. Because after all, this was built so we could play him more. Might even try Hillestad. Might try someone like Boothby instead of Hillestad for a little while. Just fresh legs might help him out a little. Right. The rest of the squad's a little bit thin. I might... Hang on, let's see who can actually come on. We might try Abraham for a bit. Schumacher, I've been still quite impressed with him, honestly. AP on attacking, it could do. Because he'll get on the ball more because he's a playmaker, so the players will just pass him the ball more, I wonder. And so with that being more of a designated playmaker, wait. Oh, there is advanced playmaker. So he'll be slightly deeper, but he might just Yeah, I see what you mean. The transition phase would be good for that, but he just, yeah. I should get Raposo off for Big Manovic. I could put Hillestad further up, actually, if I thought about that a bit more. Let me try this again. I might actually move Hillestad up, let him finish off the game, but then bring Boothby on there as well as the APA. Yeah, as the APA, and then Big Manovic. No, not Big Manovic. I'll bring on Ramirez. There we go. Yaman's doing fine. Just want to see what 20 minutes of this might work. What on earth is going on at Pushkas Academy? Just the 3 red cards in that game. Shadow Striker. I just don't really like Shadow Strikers in the systems I've tried this year. I know that the attacking midfielder on attack works. Because we've seen this... Did I put Sem on? When did I put Sem on? Oh my god. Oh well. Good luck. I was trying to put Abraham Ramirez in. But that's fine. I think he's on Stay Wider. Yeah, because bear in mind, I just switched this tactic over from the previous one, so the Trek will stay with those instructions. I guess Sem's going to play advanced. He's going to play wingback for a little bit. He can do it. He can do it all. I mean, actually, in a way, he's actually got quite a lot of the things that we want for... I mean, not really, but... Hillestad immediately onto the ball there. But obviously he's in a different position now, so he will be. But Boothby looked to be a little bit more involved. We're not going to get a real idea over 20 minutes, or in this case even 10 minutes, but I think that might be the next thing I want to try. Yeah, he will complain immediately after the game, you're right. Kenyatta with a good clearance. Right, Hillestad could get this. Oh, nearly. He kept the pressure on, though, which is the main thing. Good interception. Ah, come on, don't do that. Play it out. That looked offside. Surely that's offside. Yeah. Miles offside. Unless unless maybe Sem was too deep and he's just played him onside or something, because I could totally see that happening and that would definitely be my fault. And it's disallowed. Yeah, I thought he looked a little bit, just a smidge offside on that one. They did seem to push up at a reasonable rate. He's miles offside. Randy number 15 with the 15 months. You'll love to see it. How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Defensively, it looks pretty stable. Possession is good. Control of the game is decent. I'm fairly... Boothby's on a 6-7 as well. He seems to have actually gone up in rating. Or is it 6-6 they gen at? I forget. Hillestad. Deflected on over the crossbar. Either way, he's not got worse. Yeah, they do. His name is... I think his name is actually Noam Cone. Like, N-O-A-M. So we just nicknamed him. Because obviously. He's an Israeli international. Actually, while we're thinking about this, I'm just going to quickly save this from here. That way we don't have to, like, do any silly bollocks. So... How do you spell this? Is it solipsism or solipsism? I've forgotten. Chat, how do you spell solipsism? I have forgotten. I'm just trying to think. No, it's got to be solipsism, right? Yeah. There we go. MTK solipsism. It just allows the players to forget it the moment that they leave the pitch. Right, let's get back on again. I still want to have to make those same changes again afterwards. It's one of the things I'm constantly doing. It's why I have like 7 different versions of tactics a lot of the time when I'm building new ones from in like pre-season, because I'll just be saving them constantly. God, Roberto's just murdered a man, but luckily we only saw half the replay, so there's no evidence of the crime. It's a nice little pick-up from there. Oh, hang on. He's going to have to shoot from quite a distance here, I suspect. Oh, it's a good save. Little red hat, though. I suppose it must be, right? Yeah. Octavio Solicism. I remember him. This has got worse, it seems. But I think that sometimes happens in games. When you move a player that's playing poorly, they'll sometimes get a lot worse when they move to the new position. You're right, I really shouldn't be saving the tactic. We're doing ironic solipsism today. Schumacher with a 6.9 in the end. Boothby seemed to be stable. And now we've already got the tactical idea to take into the next game. I wouldn't mind that being the next test. Playing on... what's it called? Extensive is definitely giving us more... image, more stuff Debrecen win. Okay, Meshkovich are still catchable. In fact, with the game in hand, they could very much catch them. Like, goal difference. God, they really have a terrible goal difference. I'm most disappointed at Kishvarda. They have been absolutely gopping this season. I don't know how they can be that bad. They've got a better squad than... Like, I think they were predicted 4th this year? Or is it 3rd? And it's now gone down to 5th because this thing just changes on the fly. But still, they shouldn't be coming 10th this year. That should not be happening. I didn't realize that was a thing. That's kind of cool, actually. I might have to start showing this, actually, when we do transfer roundups after the summer. I'm sure someone's already badgered me about that in the past, and I've just either been confused or ignored it entirely. Sounds like me. Yeah, not this again. Right. And you'll be fine. Oh, really? Very influential player. There you go. Never fails. Season prediction locks on club screen. What, you mean on, like... So if I go to, say, here, it will... Fuck's sake. That bit there. It is weird, though, that the season preview bit changes on the fly, because there's not much of a preview then if it's just like, I've rethought my findings and I've decided that, having seen the entire season, I think this team are actually quite good. Duran headed for award? I mean, to be fair, he probably should win every single award under the sun again. Just slightly disappointed that he's probably not going to get to 50 goals. Not with us making all these changes. But it had to be did. Particularly as we're now 3 points clear of Halash, who do still just keep on winning. And it looks like Dios Jewelry are going to be joining in the top flight next season. As Molfehvar are... They're not even a team that are looking like they might get promoted now. It's actually kind of mad how bad they are. Ooh. Pornescu. Spineless. Oh, good. Just what you want out of a centre-back. Spineless. That's such a rare personality as well. Like, you really have to have a very specific set of skills to be considered spineless by the game. But at least we know that we're not going to get any back injuries with him, and he will not, in fact, break his spine, chat. So, you know, every cloud. Lack of... Well, yeah, indeed. He's an invertebrate. Perfect for clates. The only thing is he looks like he might be quite good, too. I mean, I'm not opposed to signing a spineless player. It's just... Can you check on... You can. I don't have it to hand, though, I don't think. Romero... Hey, Romero's back in rehab. Good news. Let's get you in general rehab as well. Just having him back next season as well is going to make a big difference. Because can he play there? See, he can play there as well. Which is going to be a really nice little upgrade for us there, too. Just having Romero back in the team. Plus, the fact that Schumacher can already play there is nice news. Potential issue with Diakita. Seeking a new challenge. Friend, by all means, leave. Right. No! God damn it. I was hoping I could just be like, yeah, piss off. I should have declined it. I will sell him in the summer, but it won't be for much, probably. But we both know that. One pressure. Oh, really? But don't you need to have, like, other things as well in order to be considered spineless? Because I thought it was really specific attribute combinations that can trigger the spineless one. No vertebrae, just vibes. Exactly. We already want him, but he's too young for us to actually sign at the moment. And I assume it's a similar story with some of these other guys. Fuck, we could save some of these guys for the transfer stream, because I think there's very little chance Meshkovich actually do manage to get to the final, but no longer concerned about playing time. Oh, of course he was unhappy about it because he wanted to play for Japan, but now he's getting Japan caps. He's not asked. Big up Ken. His job is football, occasionally beach, but mostly football. He just doesn't have a spine, chat. Okay, these guys are going to need a bit of a rest, so we are going to have to rotate a little bit here. And I might start Janosch for this game, actually, just because, after all, this is designed for him. So, how much do I not want to start Diakite, but we might not have a choice. Teixeira as a centre-back. No, I'd rather start Solback Laucom in there, honestly. Velazquez, Boothby. Wait. Oh, I didn't save the... Yeah, hang on. I didn't import the new one, did I? MTK Solipsism. There we go. So Boothby... I wish Hillestar was more... Nah, fuck it. I'll start Hillestar because he's the long-term successor there, right? 1 pressure, 1 to 10 determination, 5 to 20 professionalism, 1 to... Scared of chiropractors. Don't blame him. Although, I'll be honest with you, I still can't get over the sound my back made when I went to see the sports therapist. Why not Libero instead of centre-back? Because we're not being silly here, are we? Also, I don't really like liberos this year. I don't think they've actually done a lot. We tend to throw them in there because I really want them to be good, but not been convinced by it. Particularly as we actually are trying to build a tactic that isn't just purely for the memes. It may look like it, I grant you. But there is, in theory, method to my madness in here somewhere. I've yet to find it, but I'm told it's in here. I've got it on good authority. Right, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, it's because when you save the tactic, it still saves it, but it saves it as like an external import rather than... It's weird that, though, isn't it? That you can't just save it properly like that in the middle of a match. That'd be quite a nice little new feature there for FM24. You can actually make tactical changes in a match. Imagine. Probably shouldn't trust Google. Apparently Hillestad means Hilltown. Yeah, it has to be. Stad is town, and I'm guessing Hille. Yeah. It's like when you see players with like Garten in their name. It's good. 2 off backs, one offside trap, like work every time. Maybe because there'll be no one there. The libero will be ahead of them. Right, Debrecen, not an easy one. Let's see. I want to see, what I'm looking for in this game is for the rest of the team to play just as well as they did in the last match. Defensively sound, look creative and stuff. What I want to see a bit more of, though, is Hillestad. I want to see him on the ball more, and I want to see that rating be not dropping too much. I want to see him getting little pockets of space and just popping the ball around like that. There we go. Diakite. Driving forward for once. Okay, he's won us a corner. We'll take it. Walks like a duck and talks. I mean, to be fair, it does have some ducky elements to it. Log a tactical change made during a match. Oh, that'd be sick. Oh, and we already lead. Raposo with yet another assist. Honest. Iron Willed is pretty rare. I have seen a player with Honest before. I think I've signed one. I can't remember which save it was, but I think we actually had one on a Building a Nation save. But Iron Willed is the one that you very, very rarely see. I think we did a check, didn't we, chat? Where we looked in the database, and I think there was only 2 Iron Willed players in the entire save. And I think there was another personality that were none of currently. Born Leader as well, yeah. Very rare. Raposo's balled in again. Well, we take the lead at least. And it's yet another assist for Raposo this season. Despite his lack of game time, because of all the injuries this year, he's still nearly up to 20 assists, which is absolute filth. Okay, Schonsman's quite tall. So what we're up to now, Harv, is we decided to make a bit of a meme tactic, just with some asymmetry and some fun, and we're actually quite enjoying it at the moment. So we're actually now trying to sort of unironically make it good. What a ball in that is. And it's deflected, and Duran's in there. It's a great save. Easily discouraged is... You're right, it might have been easily discouraged, actually, that we didn't see. Jovial does happen a bit, but I don't see that one very often either. It's a good header and just wide. Okay, first sort of 8 minutes of this game have been a little bit more dominating, I would say, than we looked against Mezhkovest. We look a bit more composed, like they know what they're doing a little bit more. They've kind of grown into the style slightly. Like, come on. At least he's actually tracking the runner for once, which is a very rare occasion after a set piece there. Velasquez flicks it on. Duran flicks it on again. Oh, look at this football. Go on, Hillestad. Use the space, Raposo. You know you want to. Oh, my God. If he finds that pass. Oh, no. That was one pass away from being a gorgeous counter-attack with really nice football being played. Like, annoyingly nice football being played. He just had to look up and play it across to the runner. Oh, God. Let's just over the bar. Oh, dear. Now, Iron Will is probably the most rare one that I've seen. Although, I think easily discouraged was just simply not one I don't think I've ever seen, actually. Not in a player that I've signed, but maybe just because maybe I was easily discouraged from signing them at the same time. I forgot Noe Gashdow was playing for these guys. I was going to say that it looks like we keep getting a bit vulnerable from the second phases of set piece. Oh, God. Great save. But in actuality, it's just that we're seeing them a little bit more because we're on extensive highlights. So we're getting a better idea. Yeah, we're still on extensive, which is why... Durin! What a save! He's offside, but bugger me. That was an unbelievable save. They've got an injury now. We seem to have just faded off after the opening of this game. Diakite is performing appallingly. He says as if there's any surprise in that. But what I would say is Hillestad, 6.8 at the moment. He's actually gained rating during this match, which is all I was really looking for out of him today. It's just for him to have a good game. And so far, he has done exactly that. Without looking extremely good, he's at least not dropping rating and is gaining rating, considering only a goal up as well. And Laukholm, considering how young he is, I still think he's got a very bright future. Diakite is just useless. He might be the most useless player that shouldn't be that useless. The sooner Romero's back and we can rotate between him and Schumacher next season, the better. Because Diakite, let's face it, won't be here. Now watch him play the ball of the day. On another big save. Their keeper is having a worldie of a day. You could say he's even having the game of his life. What's the matter with Diakite? He's just constantly out of position. He constantly gets dreadful ratings no matter where we play him. He's just really bad. Andy was awful in the Champions League earlier this season. And now he's on a 7. Naturally. Now that I've criticised him. Watch this be the turning point for him. That was a dreadful pass from Hillestad. Fairly Professional does seem to just... It's because it's such a broad personality that so many players can have so easily. They got rid of a lot of personalities a little while ago as well, which is a shame. Okay, that guy's just pulled up, which means Patrice is able to cover quite nicely. And Wusi took... Yeah, basically. Nice little pocket again from Hillestad. That's better. And now Ramirez is able to come inside to cover off of that space. And now there's the overlap from Diakite. Pops it back for Blaz. And Blaz has scored. That was really nice football. This tactic does seem to play extremely good football when it starts to wind up. The way that we built that out from the back, like every single pass was perfect there. Like Raposo looks inside, Blaz drops it off short, Diakite with the immediate ball back in behind again. Really, really liked that goal. Everything about that was really nice. Because the way that it kind of went through the lines, out to the wide area, back inside, because then the inverted wingback was there to receive the ball almost like an extra midfielder. Didn't cost us on the overload. We then had to play. Oh, there was always a player right when you wanted them there. I like that. Undra Scots, thank you very much for the follow. See if this persists into the rest of this match, because so far, this first half has been exactly what I wanted. Like, we genuinely look really good. And we're playing we're playing gorgeous football too. And that's half the battle, isn't it? To actually be able to play nice football too. He was absolutely awful, Harv. I hope anyone who signed him in their save got a better one than mine. I must admit. Because he was just woeful. And that's really good defending from Ramirez as well. How's he going to screw this up? Let's see if we can play out from the back and create another fantastic goal. I want to see what we've got in the locker now. So we Janosch out wide, but now we can just look inside to Hillestad, hold the ball up. Now we'll have the overlap from Diakite. The runners are making their positions again. See if we can pull off another perfect play out from the back type of goal. Villome on the overlap. Patrice's ball in. That's what I want to see. Patrice on the overlap. That's perfect. Ramirez driving down. Oh, okay. Ball in. Cleared again, but we're always going to have a player there. And now Diakite's back. Is Patrice still forward? And now he's making that run again. He's always going to be available. Durin's header is just wide. Oh. Yeah, I had the thumbnail planned. I had the entire script written for that Nmusu video. Needless to say, it didn't get made. Such was my fury. I'm starting to actually really enjoy this style of football from us. Raposo, he's lost the ball, but there's always someone there to pick him up. It's looking nice as well. It really is. Diakite now again. Just think what someone that's capable could do in this position. There's so much that could happen with that. Okay, in that position, I would have much rather seen Velasquez come and close that down. But at least they're back into space now. Everybody's having a good game so far. Even Hillestad. Like, he's not the best game, but... Oh, that's a great pass. There we go. Durin! Deflected and over. That's going to give him a little bit of a... Yeah. That should give him a little bump in rating as well. Yeah, 6.9. That's more like it from him. And it's only the first half as well. We can continue to get better. The passes are looking good. There's options for the strikers. There's bodies everywhere. Frankly. We've got people in all the right places. 68% possession as well. Really liked that first half. And also seeing these kind of key passes out of centre-backs too. Very exciting news. Also Raposo. He's just a beast. Ball midfielder then. I don't really think we need one. We've got a halfback and he's doing the job. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's like... Who's the halfback? Velasquez is... Oh, is it a halfback or an anchor we're playing? I actually forget. Let me check. He's a halfback. I think he's okay in that role. Nice little tackle from Lautcombe there. And again with Ramirez. Quarterback. To be fair, that's kind of what the roaming playmaker does in many ways. Not that we're using one at the moment. He just starts getting a little bit tired. He's getting the positions. I do wonder if it's just going to wind up, though, as we start to get better and better in this style. Maybe he will start to get more positions. Like, at the moment, I think that's just him being a striker in Football Manager that's making him miss those. Ramirez with a lovely attempted pass. Anyway, and Durin with the flick on again. Big save for Taylor. Would have preferred him not to play that pass, but he saw the option. And he tried it. Hillestad's, I think, just getting tired more than anything else now, and is dropping off the pace a little. I'm a little bit annoyed at how well Diakite has actually done in this game, after him being so poor towards the start. He does seem to be finding his feet in the system a little bit more. Here we go. That's what Hillestad can do when he's not... When he actually plays the right pass. He... Oh, Christ. Come on, get past him. Good save again from Cooper. That was weird defending there. It's like he couldn't get past that tiny man. What to play next with Volante? We tried to... We used double Volantes in our... in the Fortress. And I actually really like them in that system. Although, mostly that is, again, for the memes. I don't know how much of an effect they're truly having. I think I might try and get on our boy, Boothby, for a little while. Just to give him half an hour in that position, see if he can show anything more. Because Hillestad is still inexperienced. And despite coming along leaps and bounds this season, he is still going to need a little bit of time. Particularly as he's playing in an unfamiliar position. Like, he's played as an AP, sorry, as an AM all year. And he's the tiredest player on the pitch, in fairness. So we'll get Boothby on for a bit. Might get Yamin on as well. Try and freshen things up a little bit. Jano's just done well, though. He's had a good game so far. Patrice is looking a bit tired. Might get Kenyatta in. Who else do I want to potentially bring in here? I might get Raposo off of Bigmanovic, because I do quite like him in behind as well. And maybe I'll bring Petrov in too. Because, again, something about him looks like he might be quite good in this match engine. But so far, so good. I'm pretty happy with this. The second half's been a little bit more subdued. We haven't quite been as emphatic as we were in the first, but tactical changes will happen with that. We're still controlling the possession. Rustic, have I ever tested? I haven't, no, but I would love to know about it. What is the situation? God, that's some quite tense defending at the end there. We seem to have tired a little bit. Oh, a lot of big headers, which we do need, and that's a foul. God damn it. Overall, though, these numbers look decent. We're creating... It's the type of... I think with tactics like this, they seem to create a lot of... It's creating a lot of chances rather than several few high-quality chances. But what I think is these sort of tactics, for me, are the ones that have the ability to absolutely run riot in games occasionally. Because sometimes you just have a game where they'll just go... Those will just go in and you'll win 8-0 off of like 2.3 XG or something. That's what seems to be the case. Tactics, yes, so you've done the command twice now, and the thing has popped up on both occasions. But the tactic we're currently playing is not in that pack, because we've only been working on it today. Changing their bandage, to have a lump on Twitter or jumping up. Being an error. That's a really cool idea. The fact that people are noticing it now is kind of... I suppose the point they're making is you've noticed this too late type of thing, right? Oh, look at this from Blaz. Oh, he's hit the post with it. That was really nice. Just individual play there from Blaz. Probably could have done better with that, but that's what I like to see. I'm still pretty content with that. Boothby's also up to a 6.9 since coming onto the pitch, so I feel like there is definitely... I think that is the right position for this team. He definitely seems to... I think Hillestad was just having a bit of an off day, potentially. I'm pretty content with that. We control the ball really nicely. We created, and I think we will pop off. Given the right day. Because to me, it always feels like an FM. Tactics that create lots of shots, even if the shots aren't of a high quality, seem to be more successful in general, because it just feels like sometimes you'll just have those games where everything will just go in. And the problem is that when you are relying on really high quality chances a lot of the time, it means if you're not able to create those, you kind of got a bit of nothing. And sometimes you just need a little bit extra, basically. See how we get away at Honved, because they are a much better team. And we're away from home, which will definitely be a factor. And we're going to be tired as well from that previous game. Although Second have just beaten our under-19 squad. The worst team in the whole thing did just beat them. So that's noteworthy. In fairness, they did just have like one giant chance at the very end. Holy fuck. Oh, Christ. What's happening with yours now? Well, as in, you've switched it to be like the one we've got right now. This one. This asymmetric mess. Which I'm starting to really like. I'm curious to know what sort of results you've got with it, if that's what you mean. Also, moment of truth, we should have the next round of the Conference League here with Partizan versus our boys. Which worries me. Partizan are good, but they should be beatable. Although, it probably hasn't helped that we beat Meshkovich the other day. It's fun. It reminds me a bit of Bolton. That's what I will say. It has Bolton vibes to me, and I loved that tactic. Just because it worked. Okay, maybe there isn't a game on Thursday then. Must be another week's break or something. 35 minutes into the first game with it. Oh, God. Holy shit. You're fucking hell. So 4-0 after 35 minutes with that amount of possession and that amount of chance creation. Interesting. So I've noticed that you've gone with 2 strikers as well. Or is that them? So that's, yeah, that's with 2 strikers. So what's the change other than the striker? So obviously this would mean that we'd have to be sans Janos, wouldn't we? Because that's where the striker would have to come from, the second one. Yeah, I'm curious, James. What changes did you make? Because I'm willing to give that a go if it's just for one game. Certainly worth trying out. Pray before kickoff. Yeah, that's part of the fun, isn't it? So we've now lost to Milan. Oh, okay. 3-1 again. Yeah, we weren't great there. That being said, our under-19 squad doesn't actually have that many quality players in it, so it's not hugely surprising. We seem to punch above our weight quite frequently as it goes. Right. So yeah, while we wait on James to explain his tactic this week, I'm assuming it's a case of... Let me just check again. Because it seems like he had a central... let's see. So there's a central attacking midfielder instead, rather than an offset one and then 2 strikers up front. The question is what roles they're on. But we can always work with that. The rest of it looks to be the same. I might do like a next match only try for this one. So we'll move Raposo to the middle. Then... central AMA, and then both strikers AF. Okay, cool. Let's try. So basically that. I'm doing this next match only, so it will revert back. But so Blaz and Bigmanovic, fair enough. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Teixeira, I'd rather bring back in at right wing back because I really like him in that role. We can now bring Schumacher back in because he'll be fresh. Diem's an anchor. Okay, cool. I like anchors anyway. I seem to prefer anchors to halfbacks this year. We want to get rid of Ramirez, obviously, for Kenyatta, I suppose. Oh, both wing backs at... Ah, interesting. Okay. So, just straight up wing back attack. So I'll get him off of that. It's quite a lot of changes, but it's worth trying for this game, right? Watch us just go and absolutely hammer them now. I'd quite like to have someone other than Velasquez as the AP. But, you know, he's fully fresh. On Bumble. Now the hard bit, yeah. God, I am so glad I don't have to bother with shit like that. Like, dating apps weren't even a thing the last time I was single. I don't know what I would do if I then had to go back into the dating world. Particularly, like, how the hell do I sell myself to someone? Like, what the hell? Well, so actually I play Football Manager for a living. Oh, good. Do you? End of sentence. Okay, but literally, okay, boomer. Smartphones had only just been a thing when I was last single. We had to meet girls the old-fashioned way. We had to hide in hedges. You know, it's just... Oh, dear. Right, let's go. Supporting actor in my own life. Yeah, I'm the sidekick. By Royal Mail? I'm curious to see, because we did try a 2-striker system a little while ago, and it just wasn't that effective. But this might be the one that allows us to get the most out of the strikers, potentially. Blaz just driving at people already, and Schumacher's already flying forward on the left-hand side. New lap record. The full hedge experience. Oh, yeah. Topiary. They call me the Topiary... Can't think of anything. They call me the Topiary chat. Hey, Rolf. Topiary Lurky, you can have that. So far, I'm not super convinced. I think our previous one might actually be the one. I think that was what looked the best. We were playing some lovely football and looking really good in that particular... Why did he wait so long? How have we lost the ball from that? I'm going to be honest. We just look a bit flat at the moment. Oh, my goodness me. Hang on. Certain number of minutes under 21 have to... Yes, you get fined if you don't, but it's not too much. Homer Simpson in that meme, exactly. Or a new contract, double the money. Yeah, that'll happen. That's that Premier League money. I think that this... It might be one of these things, again, where one, it's the players we have, and two, it could just be a case of the quality of the leagues that we're playing in are so disparate that actually it's just not for us, and that's going to get blocked, isn't it? Last tactic, what? So, oh, so you mean go back to the whole, oh, fuck, there's so many changes now. Let me just reload this. Streamer's reloading. Stop him. And then, so just literally switch him to being a poacher, because he keeps the other instructions, doesn't he? The ones we, yeah, the roam from position moves into channels. And everything else will be the same. Although, I still think maybe an anchor could be okay in this. Set up a counterattacks. Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, potentially. But we've not had a lot of anywhere near as much of the ball in this one as we did in the previous game against Debrecen either. Schumacher driving forward again. Pulls it across. That was great. Just driving into the box. That's what I want to see. Oh, boy, and Velasquez is there, and already we've suddenly looked way better in just the last couple of minutes since the switch. Possession's rising steadily as well. We just look so much more dominant now. Do I dare say no right back? We've got inverted on the right. Oh, Bing Sword, though. Probably one of the best strikers in the league. And Cooper will collect. The Leyland Philanderer. It's a possibility. I think this should be enough to see us through. Durin's had a poor game so far, but hopefully we can perk him up now with just by giving him a bit of service. Velasquez has actually struggled in that central midfield role, but again, we can't really take much into it yet until we see... Here we go, Raposo. Where's that pass? Oh, close. Now, it happens that Budapest Honvéd are probably, for me, either third or fourth best team in Hungary, so they've got quality in their ranks. No, shite. Look at Liam Cooper. He's everywhere. That was brave. Stupid also, but mostly brave. Oh, here we go. Big Manovic. Where's that one last pass? He's got the overlap. He finds the overlap. It's Raposo! What a save. Do you miss him? You've never said half. Never once. The football. I just think this system plays really lovely football. There's always a player just slightly off an angle, ready to be receiving a pass, and just have fun with it. I don't know. This seems to me like I like this one a lot. I think this is the one we build on. It's just, it just seems to, something feels right about this style of play. Particularly if the players could start to get, more and more used to it. But we don't really want to drop points here if we can avoid it, because we still have to play. Oh no, we were beaten, didn't we? We yell at them, but we'll get them perked up for the second half, apart from Tejero, who's not having it at all. I will personally, there we go. Happy now? Sick. Find a way to get a long pass counter chance out of nothing. And goes, yeah. I mean, I suppose there are some things you can do, but then I feel like sometimes, no matter how you set up tactically, certain chances are just going to be created for whatever reason. Durin struggled a little bit, but it could just be because of the mid-game tactical tweak. I don't know if he's getting involved in the play as much as I'd like. In fact, he's getting worse. I still don't know if I like the idea of a poacher in this. I just don't think it works that well for us. We'll get Hillestad in for a bit. Teixeira's struggled. Schumacher's also struggled, but that, could come from before. God, do I dare bring on Diakite? It's happening. And we're going to bring on Janosch too, to really mix things up. This is death by vibes. In a way, yes. It's death by solipsism, is what it really should be called. But I forgot. I forgot that it was always just death by something. This game's kind of stagnated, quite frankly. But we still look stable defensively, which is really important. That's a nice little pick out. This is where we need to be building the play up a little bit slower, just bringing it down, finding those kind of passes. Oh, that's the kind of play that I've seen from this system that I really like. Those little interchanges are lethal, particularly when Raposo is in that role. He always seems to be able to find the right pass in those positions, and Sem just has to do better with that, really. That's really just on him. Sack would be quite enjoyable. It would, wouldn't it? Here we go again. Raposo. They need to be able to find him with his head up here. Oh, nearly. It's tougher in these sort of situations because we've got to sort of drag them around a little bit to allow Raposo to drop into this pocket. There he goes. That's more like it. But he couldn't turn around. Like, when he can get the ball with his, like, front-facing goal, like this. This is where he's at his most dangerous. He is absolutely unstoppable from there. Janosch! Back post header. Janosch with the goal. Well, who else? And would you believe it? An assist from Diakite. God damn it. Don't let this be the villain arc change. Oh. Lovely little run from Raposo, though. The way he just drops this off, though, when he realizes he can't find the pass. That is some cross. And Janosch, he's just Janosch, isn't he? Where's the part? There's the part. Sack might finally get a new MLS save. How dare you, sir? You can't expect Sem to do better with that. He's a wing back. You speak only in facts. It's true. Oh, not again. Buddy, please. We just can't have this. Oh, balls. Although Ramirez is actually very... Why is it... Great. So Raposo's just going to come off. Don't let us concede now. Go on, Alexis. Oh, God. Big blocks needed. Good save, Koopy boy. We have kind of run ourselves into the ground a little bit in this game. I realised I only really made attacking substitutions. Luckily, we've got a week off after this game, so they'll be fresh for the next one. So we can try it out with a full strength side. Probably minus Raposo when he's inevitably going to miss the rest of the season. Oh, he's missed it as well. I think he must have been offside. Yeah, he was. Ooh, Hotvid are a decent team, to be fair. So for us getting this kind of result here is solid. And I just really like the style of football we're playing as well. Yeah, I just wasn't playing to his strengths. Turns out that all those misplaced passes and terrible positioning was just him going, you know what? I need to be a wing-back, and you're not playing me there. Well, we got the win. But I am now concerned. So, yeah, we will be doing a USMNT save for the beta. That's my compromise. Otherwise, Inferno will like come back and berate me in 8 years' time. And I just don't think I can stand it again. Not this time. No. It can't be done. That injury does concern me, though. I think we'd have had a better time if we'd stuck with this system from the start. And I think I want to just... Yeah, that's sort of what I was expecting, unfortunately. But now we have got 7 days until we play Ferencváros, so we can kind of just relax into the system now. Although I do think the one change I might make is anchor instead of halfback. Let me just... I want to see what the game says the differences is, because I always forget. So halfback. Aggressive sweeper and defensive midfielder. Halfback drops deeper than the standard defensive midfielder in possession and looks to offer an outlet for quickly recycling possession and protection from a counter-attack. Okay. And then an anchor. The water carrier. Okay. I think an anchor might behoove us. Slightly more. We may be slightly more behooved, chat, by it. But it's the last piece of the puzzle for me that I'm thinking. That I quite enjoy. Still not convinced by the poacher, though. I think advanced forward might be... I like what we had in that game against Debrecen. I feel like we're building into something. But Blue Star... Oh, God, don't mention Blue Star. What are you saying that for? Like... Okay, actually, this is kind of what we want. Although, if Kajvada could maybe get their shit together for a little bit longer and sneak into that last Champions European spot, that would be ace. Them in the Conference League next year, if they sort their shit out, could be fantastic. I am still gutted that I didn't really get a chance to do Blue Star because I was really looking forward to doing the save, right? And I just... Yeah, I had a lot of plans, but it just wasn't going to be... I'd be sat... If I had done Blue Star, I'd be sat here with 15,000 less YouTube subscribers and probably going, I don't know how much longer I can do this. That's the truth. Got a list. No, you leave your list in your pocket where it belongs. Along with all that other list you've got of items, what you would shut up your bum and whatnot. And stuff. A lot of success with it. Now the reports only cover every 2 days. That's strange. I don't have a clue. That's not something I've ever encountered. The team reports should come through every day. Premier League years. I have actually got... You'd be surprised how much shit I've actually got done for that. It's just such a long process trying to get that all that stuff ready. It's just tough. Do one season. I don't think I can even do that. The one time I did... The only Let's Play like video I did in the whole of FM23 so far is the worst video of the year. In terms of performance. So, yeah. Yeah, what I actually said was MTK Budapest, and I don't know what you're on about. These are all lies. You've been deceived. Mostly by me. And that's just something you're going to have to deal with, my friends. Yeah, that's actually kind of mad. I'm just genuinely amazed at how poorly today's video is performing compared to everything else. It's like a full 1,000 views below the next shittest one, which is actually impressive. And yet, still getting loads of subs, which is good, I suppose. MTK Blue Star? I don't think it was that, Johnny. It was just that kind of content was not particularly watchable. Boom. What San Marino video was that? Blue Star times 2, merch half and half. I never promised a half and half score. I probably did, didn't I? I've done some evening streams. Thank you very much. I did Red Zone as well. That was the Everton video. Being a nice person. Win a Premier League game. How long did that take? Because I actually did have the idea of doing a video which was literally, I just save scum until I win the World Cup with San Marino. You did? When did I do this? Yeah. Matt, when he first met Pog, colorize. Oh, God. Belly and all. I was rather svelte back in the day. When I met Pog. It was only after that I gained 4 stone of relationship weight. Then lost it all because of the liver disease. And then gained it all back again because COVID. And now I'm 3 stone down from that. I am a fluctuator, my friend. Like Mr. Motivator, but with liver disease. Ooh. Bordeaux. There's some tasty scrumpets there cooking up for next stream. Matt's second favourite person. Yeah, pretty much. Right after, well, I was going to say right after Trappolini, but that might have changed, you know? What do I cut with San Marino? What? Do that at the very start of it on like an anonymous account. That's, you're probably right, but like, you know, just, no one was going to buy that, were they? Come on, let's not be silly about this. Kids would carry it. Kept doing the first season. Oh dear. I got 1-0 draw. Promise me the world, and I will deliver. Maybe, probably won't. No. Heading for a award. Wait, what? Oh, Ilya Petrov. I thought that was our Petrov. Right. Oh, what could have been? That could have been Kizvada versus Debrecen, but here we go. And then we've got Mejkovic versus Partizan. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I love that they dipped that deep into him because he was an under-21s coach and then just was there. Apparently. Right, come on, Mejkovic. Give us something to dream about. Give us a final to watch on Thursday. Bloody hell. So Maisel Mace is quite good, isn't he? God, he was a cheap Belgian. What we could have done with a bit of Maisel Mace. From Club Brugge as well, no less. Oh, Mejkovic win the away leg. They've won the Bastard away leg. Juan Lipinski and Oyvind Keelan have given them such a huge opportunity here to play in a Europa Conference League final. Imagine if they made it all the way. Oh, tight as fuck, honestly. I don't know how they managed to get 5 goals out of that between them, but bugger me. Getting that result in the away leg is huge. Like, actually staggering. We might actually get to watch Mejkovic in a Conference League final. After shitting all over them for a year and a half, basically. Well, like, oh, please don't go into Europe. Please don't go into Europe. And then when they did get into Europe, oh, God, you're going to be crap. I've been amazed at, 1,300 games in management. And what better day to do it than against our biggest rivals in the Derb? Is it Thursday? It is currently Thursday, yes. La Vega's injured as well. Okay, cool. We needed that. No, stop. Stop considering moves. You ball-peen hammer. Gonna promise you. I'm gonna find the promise you toad. Oh dear. I'll get one just for you, but it's just gonna have my face along it. On Thursday. Did I say Thursday? I meant Sunday. Wait, it is Thursday, right? I've literally lost track. Such is life. That was a good theme tune, though, I must say. I've had some bangers as theme tunes back in the day. Also, since I posited the other day about the idea of moving over to proper music again, the bodies that I've spoken to so far do not seem asked, so I'd be pretty content that I can probably move back over soon to having real music again, I suppose. I'll still have Love and Caliber in there because I genuinely like them, but that's probably going to be the plan. I would just need to upgrade OBS, obviously, but then I can just isolate everything else. So everything else will still be hearable, even the alerts and things like that. It would just be the music that they wouldn't hear. It needs to be a good YouTuber. Harv, who are you kidding? You know I was never a good YouTuber. This is how I know you're talking shite. It's talking shite again, Archie. Right. Durin, Bigmanovic, Edvaldo, Boothby. Nah, we'll do Hillerstadt for this one. Diakite instead will do... Where's Schumacher again? Yeah. Ramirez, and I really do not want to... Why do they keep putting Teixeira there? This is an opportunity for Kenyatta to play a lot of football. That I like as a team. Well, yeah, I mean, we'll have like song requests back probably, stuff like that. Seven card to Tamworth. They're going to Drain Man. Well, very much, very nice. Very enjoy that for you. I'll only be a true YouTuber when I hit 50k, which is not possible. I just won't do it, chat. Diakite's doing too well. Exactly. We can't have him showing me up after I embarrass the poor gentleman. Now, can we? That would be embarrassing for me, mostly. Right. It's time for the first Wiz quiz. Again, you've got a hard one and a soft one today, chat. I'll let you know which one it is afterwards. You'll probably get it pretty quickly at this point. Just every track's just a Dream Theater song. Right, back in a sec, friends. So it was, in fact, Didier Degarde. You did get it. I think Pierluigi was the first to get it this time. Oh, God, it was nice stepping out of this room for a few seconds. What are we up to now? Ah, 31. Lovely. Hey, Perfect Paddock. But luckily, chat, I bring tithes. Worry not. I bring you good tidings and good NSMR. Ready? Did it nice and slow for you. Keep you waiting. Spanish pot. Well, there you go. You've learned something new today, Bacroon. Ah, I see. I've been duped. It's just because I can only usually see what's left of the chat once I go off that screen. I really should just look through the on-screen chat properly because it shows a little bit more than my Twitch one does because I have it blown up massively because apparently I have dreadful eyes. You should see how big the font is on my Kindle. Like a blind old lady, you know? Okay. Off we go. Oh, I bring you an update, chat. A couple of seasons ago, famously, Tom Kearney's windscreen was broken at the Fulham training ground by Mitrovic, I believe it was. And today it has happened again. Not Mitrovic, obviously, he's not here. That would be quite impressive. But yet again, Tom Kearney's windscreen has been broken at the Fulham training ground by an errant shot. How does that happen twice? Like, what on earth? Oh, dear. Oh, thank you, Perfect Paddock. If you like that, I've got another one that's very similar vibes. Literally came out today, in fact. Kicked a ball from Saudi. It's true. It was a mishit shot with his quaver ankles. Right, let's get this cracker lacking. I don't know. Literally, it feels like he's parked behind a goal, but every time I've seen the picture, it's like behind a hedge and everything. Like, how does that happen twice? Is it because the captain's parking spot is like, yeah, maybe it's two different spots. They're just deliberately aiming for TC's car. Slid through a slide tackle. To be fair, the power he'd get on a slide tackle like shot touch would be quite impressive. That's if he ever plays for us properly again. I really hope. I feel like he's professional enough that he will properly play for us. It's just, you know, definitely Raul Jimenez. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see. From the off. see what a full 90 minutes with a very strong lineup, pretty much the perfect setup. Basically, minus Raposo, I'd say this is probably my like ideal starting 11 at the moment with this system. So I want to see if we can put up a really good performance here. That pass is always on when they cut him from that wide position. I think we're going to see a lot of assists from that role. Look at Teixeira. He's the right wing back, and there he is on the left side. Right, Schumacher. That's a lofted ball, but Edvaldo over the bar. I mean, he could do the big kick, as my friend would say. Oh god, who is the manager? Who did you call the best database editor in the world of the FM community? Okay, I can answer some of these. Who is the manager? Fuck, someone from the Notts County save. Was it? Hang on, was it Jose Lelson Guerra? Maybe. Or was that from a different save? It might have been Jose Lelson Guerra, maybe, but I'm not sure. Best database editor in the world. That would have been Steve. I definitely would have said that because that was back then. No, god damn it. Black Haven's assistant manager. I know the manager was Thomas Stepanek. Was it Tony Harris by any chance? Whitport's ground name. Oh, Christ. Side of the intro of episode 2. Gotta be like 16 or something.
Take off.
Cake Baker Official. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Tony Harris was the other one. Because those were the only two, like, dickhead regens we'd ever had up to that point. So it had to be Thomas Stepanek and Tony Harris. What's a ground name? Fuck, I don't know. I genuinely don't know, and I made up the damn team. Fucking Tony Harris, exactly. Bringing back memories now. Staring up stuff. Oh, there's actually... As luck would have it, there's actually a guy called Dusan Stepanek playing for Ferencvaros in this very game. It's like half predicted this entire thing. Oh, come on, Teixeira. That's a big winner. Ooh, right, here we go. Castle Park, was it? Oh, of course. I know why it was called that. I've just remembered why I called it that. Because it was the name of the park where I did Park Run. Hang on. Oh, good finish from Laz. Football Manager 2023 for free on Amazon Prime gaming users. Is it? I know nothing about that. Signed a 43-year-old, did I? Actually, that doesn't sound surprising. That sounds like exactly something I would do. Marvin Suarez, of course, the goalkeeper with the big hair. Been to Wembley? I've never been to Wembley, actually. Oh, that's not true. No, but not for football, weirdly. Well, have you know, I saw the Bee Gees at Wembley Stadium. Thank you. That's not even a joke I did. Fucking slapped. Wasn't much of a tragedy there. Yeah, Tony Harris was a Region Wimbledon player. Favorite music band? My favorite band would be probably at the moment Dayseeker. I've been jamming a fuckload of Dayseeker lately. Their latest album absolutely pops off. Yeah, been enjoying a lot of Dayseeker lately. That and Holding Absence's new album kills. Great album. And Polaris' new album, which just came out, is an absolute masterpiece as well. I was staying alive at Wembley. It's true. How new album? Yeah, actually, depends on who you're talking about. But all of those bands do have new albums. Blast is in again. Oh, the bar. A giraffe in the second episode. Was it the green one, like the tie-dye one? But how deep is my... I just think the Bee Gees are they were an excellent group. They wrote so many iconic songs, not just for themselves, but for others. I don't think Blaz is going to get to 50. I think he'd really have to step it up a notch. And we'd have to stop hitting the post constantly as well. For that to be the case. Bloody hell. There's been a murder. Sort of off-white. Oh, yeah, that. So I thought you were talking about... Pog bought me this really cool giraffe tie-dye t-shirt. He's like 3. No, I think he needs a bit more than that. Although it might just be that I've been not paying attention to his goal-scoring numbers so much today. So he might be closer than I think. It's a nice pick out, actually. If Vala could square this... Oh, he's not going to, though. But he doesn't need to as Blaz gets a touch. You might be right. He's only 2 away now. That's a lovely, like, little bit of play. 2-0 up, though. Looking good. But again, I love the build-up play. Like, Bigmanovic just waits, looks for that pass. With that little overlap there from Edvaldo. It's a weirdly clumsy cross, but Blaz is just there. Anyone did? That's most people, Harv. Let's be honest. I imagine there's very few people that watched me back in the FM15 days that are still like actively following my content these days, and you've just outed yourself as one of them. As has Wasser, just because Wasser's still listed on the Stream Elements overlay down here. There you go. As the first ever donated to the channel, because for some reason that just doesn't update properly. Wassa was the first ever donation to the channel back in the day. My first ever stream in March 2015 on my birthday. No, it was that other weird 2D. Do you remember the other weird 2D? What was it called? There was like another form of 2D that had like pitch textures and it was really strange. I was a proper like 2D stalwart. I would refuse to use anything else until I started streaming, really. Was it just called 2D? Oh, fair one. Would you believe it, Kakao? It's like twinsies, eh? Modern 2D, yeah. It would look different in modern 2D. Streaming content first. Oh, yeah. That would have been back during the early COVID streams, because Pine and I used to be streaming a lot at the same time, so we used to raid each other like constantly. I miss Pine. Fucking lovely dude. I genuinely couldn't bear the thought of it, Pass Pro, back then. Thoughts on Aston Villa? I think I'm probably going to be set up having quite a good season, really. I mean, Emery's an excellent manager. And let's be honest. Oh, wow. Look at that from Big Manovic. They're almost certainly going to win the Europa League next year. Those early COVID streams, back in the days of Unial, followed closely by Crot and whatnot. Some dark days. There was a weird vibe around those streams. They were fun, though. They really were. Everyone was just everyone stuck at home, nothing to do. So the chat would always be popping off, even though I had this is the thing, right? I think my chat numbers back on those streams aren't that much lower than they are now, despite me having like a third of the viewership, because everyone was just at their keyboard because everyone had nothing else to do. FM Portsmouth we got a penalty as well. The Portsmouth series was FM 14. No, FM 15. No, actually, it might be FM 14. I think it genuinely was FM 14, actually. Now I think about it. Blaz from the spot. Drops it home. Hat-trick for Blazzy Boy. And this has been a really good performance from us now. This is better. Gazebo in the corner of his ground. Oh, you wait. Speaking of gazebos, chat, Pog and I found another couple of houses yesterday. Applied for both of them. Got rejected for both of them today. So that's good. But one of them did mention something about a mailing list. And that's what we need to get on, clearly. Pompey was early 15. Was it early 15? So there you go. That was the one that sort of launched me, if you like. I am very much looking forward to it. That is a lovely effort. Oh, he deserves a goal there, really. But no, I am genuinely looking forward to it. Yeah, Göteborg, Fulham, and Pago Youth were FM 14. From the FM League, yeah, that was so bizarre. Because I'd only just started doing content, literally. I've been doing it like 2 months when Ben got me into the FM League. He's still bitter about the Portsmouth thing to this day. It's great. Wimport beating the Europa League final. Fuck me. Is it Monaco? I don't know why. I think that might have been Wimbledon, actually, that beat Monaco. This tactic is really fun. Favorite experiment I've ever done? Honestly, either the Everest one, because it was just so batshit, and I'm actually going to repeat that next year. I can't tell you why, but there's... Oh, it's another goal. Or I really like the random promotions one that we did. That we've also got some other stuff that's more batshit like that planned, but I want to save those for next time. Oh, and St. Pauli, yes. Oh, I mean, I do like being in the country. Can you remember all 8 people in the FM League? Right, okay. Me, Ben, Jack. That's 3. Jake Cave. Good old Jakey Cave. Rick Malloy. That's up to 5. Statap. Paul, Golden FM. That's 7. And then one more, who I'm sure wasn't Foxy, because Foxy wasn't doing content just yet. I'm sure it's really someone obvious as well. That's the annoying thing about this. Fuck, who is it? Oh, that's going to do my... No, I said goal. I said Golden FM. That was Paul. No, I don't think Foxy was in it. I'm fairly certain Foxy wasn't doing content just yet. I think Foxy started his content not long after that. Maybe. This is where it's someone that's definitely not, like, stopped doing it and isn't, like, an active content creator, and I'm just being a massive dick. I can't remember who it is. Fuck. I thought I would just know that straight off the bat. I genuinely do not know. Unless I've just, like, said everybody and accidentally forgot to include myself or something in the count. This has been a really complete performance. No, I said startup. I wouldn't forget that. Ain't nobody forgetting that. If you want, rhymes with Rick. Oh, Mick, of course. Well, literally one of my favourite fucking people. Mick Loizu. Evolving Mick. Literally one of my favourite human beings. Of course. No, I would never forget startup. If you ever want to annoy Ben, just ask him about a speedboat on the Thames and you'll have a lovely time. Let's see. Bear Diakite. I brought Janosch on, haven't I? So yeah, it's that's why I started doing the second channel half, so that we could actually archive that stuff, because Twitch, what the hell was that? Because Twitch just deletes it after, I think, 90 days the VODs go. The clips are forever, but the clips aren't all forever, as you know, because you'll notice that if you scroll back on my clips, you'll see nothing from before Tromsø, I think, because I had to delete all the clips from prior to that because they all had copyrighted music and stuff. And there was Janosch scores, and it's 6-0 with this tactic. My friends, I think we might have just stumbled on something that is just insanely fun, creates loads of attacking opportunities, tons of goals, and plays gorgeous football at the same time. And would you believe it, yet again, Diakite providing a gorgeous little ball across. Press the button, you know it. Well, see, that's what I'm expecting, or Hoosby. Also, how's it going? Because I need to know when the game's coming out so I can plan a week off, basically. Because Pog and I, we're definitely going to the BTCC finale at Brands Hatch, because that's a Sunday and she can get that off regardless, so that's fine. But either I'd have the week off before that, or I'd have the week off after that, and it would depend on when the game's coming out, particularly if, like it seems to be every year, we go down to SI at some point too. You know, I'd obviously want to plan around that as well. Obviously, I couldn't tell you I was going, but you know that's something that happens every year, basically, anyway. The worst kept secret in Football Manager. Oh, little 6-0 against Ferencváros. These guys are a good side as well. And I think this sort of shows what our best team can do on its day. And even this isn't even our best team. Because I still think Raposo would make this team on a different level. Because he's just got such unbelievable eye for a pass. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got another one in this one, because we're just being so patient on the ball now. They seem to have got more of the... They seem to have got more developed into the tactic a little bit better. I don't know what it is. They just look more composed in it. Ball in again, and Blaz isn't going to get that, but Janosch could still find an assist for himself here, perhaps. Oh, chat. I'm not joking, but I'm pretty certain he just Rabona'd that. I'm pretty certain that Janosch has just played a Rabona cross there for Blaz's 50th goal of the season. I'll have to check the replay, though. But the way that he played that was very odd, the way his leg moved. Hopefully you're not going to be... Hopefully my camera's not going to be in the way. Nah, it'll be fine. I swear he Rabona's this. He does! He's gone for the Rabona cross. It's a Rabona cross for Blaz. What an insane... Oh, press it again. Where has he got? Go on. Also Blaz's 50th goal of the season. We're just on a different quality today. A Jabona. Now, he does have 15 flair, which would explain why he does things like that from time to time. But this is what I mean. We have just been imperious today. These are the kind of results that... Oh, my God. Oh, he's gone for a... I thought Blaz was going to shoot there, and why wouldn't you, right? I think this needs to go into the pack. Upload the video on his channel. Which video? God, look at the tracking back here as well. Oh. But yeah, you're right. It was kind of the prototype for the showdown, really. Yeah, it... Oh, my God. It's 8, and Blaz has scored another one. He's got 5 in one game. There's a... Get in! Well, Eater, thank you very much for the 32 months, just as Blaz hammers home his 5th goal of the match. Hey, Ant, how's it going, man? I'm genuinely blown away by it, but this is the epitome of what I was talking about when I said that this kind of tactic that doesn't always create the highest of quality chances, but it creates a huge quantity of them. And you're going to have games where, because you're so good, you're just going to pop off occasionally. And that's what's happening here. And I feel like we'll get more and more of those if we keep playing this style of football and get better at it. How is that not a free kick, by the way? 8-0 against Ferencváros, who are a very, very good side. It's just... We're playing... Look at the little interchanges between the players. That's an insane win. Also, 51 goals for the season for Blaz now. Yes. Exported full effect. It's Luben Mihov. Is in fact the manager's name in the save. They had a dreadful day, but we've made their day infinitely worse by that. There's been no point, really. It doesn't really serve much purpose. I have used it in a recap video, though. Their ratings, yeah, but that's because we made them bad. We made them appalling. We have a plus 84 goal difference. Just insanity. Farish, still with that 8-0 defeat, have a 31 plus as well. That is much more like it. Who are our last 2 games against? I hope they're against poor sides. Actually, we've got 3 games, haven't we? Because we've got the cup final too. We've got Kekshkemet, Uipet. Oh, I can't wait to bury them. And then Kekshkemet again. Assist bonus. Oh, really? Edvaldo seems to have... Wow, he really has stepped it up. This 16 and 16. He's got 32 goal contributions in 30 games this year. He's having a time. Blaz as well with 5 goals and an assist. Yeah, we barely don't even look like conceding as well. The one goal we did concede was that Živkovic one where Cooper missed it. Like, that's just FM match engine stuff, isn't it? Yeah, Edvaldo is so consistent on both sides. That's why I think obviously he's only going to be playing on the right now, but... Okay. Have we got anyone that's got the 20 assists? Oh, God, Big Manovic has 21 assists. There's me banging on about Raposo. And... yeah, he's there with 21. That being said, Raposo has only started 15 matches and got 18 assists. He's just such a good player, though. And Edvaldo is 16 as well. Janos with 10 and 10. He has played a little bit more this year and has yet to hit the same numbers as last year, but I'm still seeing a nice development curve from him this year. Still very pleased with him. What skin? It's the SAS23 skin, which you'll find a link to there. I love it to death. I'm looking forward to seeing what SAS24 brings. And some of the things I've seen for it already look very tasty indeed. Basic humans. Yeah. Sometimes I like to mix it up, though, and wear, like, crocodile skin. To pay homage to one of my favourite people of all time, Steve Irwin, you know? Maybe we should throw those games. Kekshmet don't need it for anything, though, do they? Hang on. Wistrian...
Mod squad checking in.
Why am I struggling with this? I did this last time, didn't I? Ristrian Silson, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely day. Big up the VOD squad. Pin up the feature screen on record. Pretty much. I mean, it's done it all. You went to Australia, Zoo? Oh, I'm so jealous. That's awesome. Speaking of awesome... Giuliano Danieli is a bit tasty, isn't he? Probably out of our... Let's say out of our price range. We have a huge transfer budget and very few years left with which to spend it. So, I feel like the next transfer window is going to be a bit funky on that one. This is actually getting kind of tight. Oh, no, that's wrapped up nearly. Yeah, the only way that Mezhkovic can get back into Europe now, pretty much, is by winning the conference. That being said, that we could still get 8 teams in the league, though. If Mezhkovic win the Conference League, they will be back into Europe next year, and we will have 8 teams next season. Just a bit of a weird roundabout way of doing it. And I don't think we're going to be able to catch anyone else, are we, really? Nah, Germany are so far clear of us now. There's no way we catch them. Which is annoying, because now we miss out on Kishvarda being in the Conference League. And my concern is that Kishvarda's best players might not want to go back to them, because they won't be playing in Europe. That could be costly. Yeah, no, it's because there's Kekshkemet and there's Mezhkovic. Those are the 2 teams that we sort of, yeah. So it's everybody. I used to adore, I still adore Steve Irwin. Just as a human, he was one of my favourite people. He's probably the first sort of celebrity death that I genuinely was gutted about. Because you just think, you know, what he could have done for conservation since then. And what his family and his daughter and son as well, like both Bindi and Robert, both, like, have carried on his legacy insanely well. I would love to have gone to Australia Zoo. Another meeting. Don't tempt me with a meeting. Don't tempt me with a terrible time. Because I'll take it. I will. And that Thursday is make or break. Really, given that they won the away leg, they just need to not lose at home, which they've not done in the entire Conference League thus far. I mean, how difficult can it possibly be? He says, massively tempting fate, but that's just what I like to do. I like to hold my feet to the fire sometimes, chat. I'm still a bit gutted about the Europa League success, though. I feel like that should have gone better for them. Yannick Posthuma. Oh, dear. He's already no longer with us, chat. I've never seen Posthuma as a surname before. All of his awards are all posthumous.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
How long guarantees in Europe? Well, they're not. There's only Mezhkovej. Mr. Hoot, thank you very much for the follow. That is a surprisingly close name to the water bottle that I sometimes use on my shoulder, whose name is Mr. Hooty. Although I haven't... Big update on that, actually. I'll be honest with you. I went for a run today, and now I've streamed, and my shoulder is still not hurting. I think it might actually be fully nearly on the mend now, which is nice. She knew Severo and she worked there a while. She said he was exactly the same. Yeah, he feels like one of those people that's just unashamedly genuine. And this is what I mean. They're Arsenal just good now. I think Chris Lewis makes them quite good, but still. Well, we've got suspensions there, so that's not happening. But we'll still do a bit of this. I guess Diakite is going to have to start a football match. Although I might start Janos for this one. I want to give him a bit of a run towards the end of the season, just to see if we can at least match his goal tally from last year. Although we're going to have to put up with Gisele Niao today. This is going to be a no easy match with some of the players they've got in that team, including Manasharian, who I think's contract's expiring this season, or was that last year? Oh no, he's permanently at Kekshmet now. Good for him. I like that for him. I'm not expecting us to play as well as we did against Ferencvaros, but the fact that we've looked that good and more consistent is exciting to me. I feel maybe this is what we needed. This might even be the sort of system that we could work with in Europe, because it looks like it's defensively stable. I'd be willing to try this actually in Europe next season, see if we can just go out with a bang and really kind of do something a little bit different. And I think this would also solve the problem that we've had, which is the lack of quality wide players. We've really struggled and constantly got injuries in those positions, whereas now we don't have to worry about one wide player or one slot in the squad. So we don't really need 2 or 3, and we've kind of got that in Edvaldo, Janos, and not even Ramirez. I might even just sell him. He's barely featured since we switched over. And it would allow us to get more out of our real high quality areas, which is centre-backs for a start, as well as the central midfield options that we've got. That seems to be a really strong area of this team. To get them all in there together would be quite good. As Diakite fires it across for Janos. It's a big save again. He's so damn good. And annoyingly, Diakite looked quite capable again. But then so did Schumacher in the last game, so I've got to give him credit where it's due. As we get caught on the break, presumably here. Right, come on, let's throw bodies at it. Oh, just over the bar. Apparently this heat is going to continue all the way into the weekend and early next week, which I'm not looking forward to at all. Particularly if I want to go running and stuff. Do you have a goal for the save? Oh, good save. Yeah, of course. No, I'm just playing 25 years for the fun. Although I am enjoying the fun. Yeah, the goal for the save is to get Hungary to number 1. That has always been the goal of the save. As in number 1 on the coefficients for the league itself, not the national team. That's never really been an issue for me. Just as well, really, because they have been, supreme disappointments. Just constantly, even though their squad should be really quite good. That's a pass. Blaz on the chest. Defensive, and Hillestad, what a hit! Oh, enjoy your wedding, Realms. This is going to be lovely weather for that. Holy shit, Mateus Hillestad. Well, we're not in Europe, so that's been going well. The only thing we've got left for us in Europe this year is Mezhkovej. They're 1-0 up from... Sorry, they're a goal up from their first leg. If they don't lose the second leg, they're in the final. What a hit from Hillestad. Outside of the left boot, bang, top bins. Not the kind of goal I would have expected him to score, but we'll take it. We've actually struggled to get possession today. Surprisingly. Well, now that Janos is here, they're certainly going to get better, because he's going to be, 100 cap legend as Duran's in again. Scores. That is a really nice goal. 52 goals for the season for Blaz. I think technically, because of Club World Cup and stuff, I think he's had a season where he got 52 once. So I think if he just keeps scoring... Look at this little flick on from Velasquez. That is so good. Oh. He's put that where the sisters live. Yeah, exactly. I love it. I like that kind of extra energy. That is just offside, isn't it? He just looks a bit offside there to me. Extra Avenger, thank you for the 7 months. I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh. So there's no... Oh, yeah, because it's international weekend, isn't it? God, that's going to be boring as fuck on the Saturday. Pog and I might have to go out and do something. Not that I'm a person that likes sitting at home. I actually like going out and doing stuff. I find that I just kind of go out of my mind otherwise. It is too bloody hot. It really is. Element, thank you very much for the follow. What are we up to now? 32. Great. Just what I needed. So 2-0 in the first half. We're creating the same sorts of opportunities again. Weird scenarios. Look at this little interchanges. And then there's always that option over the top for Blaz. He can square this as well. And he has. And Hillestad has made it 3. He's starting to push up. And this is why I wanted the AM on attack, because of those runs where he essentially acts like a second striker but not being a shadow striker. He just gets into beautiful positions like this where Blaz can look for passes instead. And he scores his second goal of the night. Made 3 reply. Someone else mentioned that earlier, James. I have no other information about that other than what they said. So I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't really been doing FPL, no. But this is what I mean about how we can overperform our XG with a system like this, I think, because of the sheer volume of chance creation, as it's nearly 4. Stand-up show. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, Pog and I need to sort out Malta next year. This isn't one of these like, oh, I might know. We are going. We're going to book it. It's all going to be sorted relatively quickly as well, because there's like a cut-off on the half marathon thingies as well. Yeah, I'm gonna try and watch a bit more of the Rugby World Cup. I haven't really watched much rugby in years, but rugby was always my sport. Like when I was a kid, I loved rugby. Didn't even really like football until I was about 13. I was all in on rugby. It's Hillestad now somehow doesn't manage to score a 4th goal, but look at the chance creation again. We are just an absolute demolition machine now with these types of players in this team. There's a real opportunity for us to set some insane goal records next year. The downside might be, what if it doesn't work very well in the instant result? Now, football's barely my job. Like, when people ask me what I do, I say that I never say I work in football, because that's always a disappointment when they find out what I actually do. Like, yeah, Fulham have got a good little run now. Now, doesn't mean we're going to do well during it, because I just don't know what state our squad's going to be in terms of morale and all that sort of jazz. But Blaz is in again, and he has drilled it home. Is that going to count? Yep, it's another one. It's 4-0 in the first half. Football analyst, hardly. But we do have Luton at home next, so if we can't win that, then we can't win anything. I think I normally say that I'm a YouTuber and / streamer, because nowadays people actually know what that means. Pre-COVID, most people, like your normal sort of normal individual, wouldn't have known what that means, but now they do, so it's not too bad. So I normally just say I'm a YouTuber / Twitch streamer, because they actually know what those things are now, which has made my life a lot so much easier. Prime this one, that's really cool. As is us being 4-0 up at half-time against, again, a very good Kekmet side. And having done it off of 0.19 XG, this is going to be awesome for us next season, I feel like. Oh, look at that pass again. Blaz is in. Oh, he's not going to be able to shoot from this distance, is he? Well, he is. And it's going to go over the bar, but he's looking absolutely lethal in this tactic. Now that we've sorted him out properly, he's looking superb. Couple of reinforcements in the summer to maybe bed out some of the positions in this team, like the wing-back roles, just to make sure that we've got players that can play those roles properly. And I think we could be on for an absolutely worldy of a season next year. Just trying to, yeah, that's 3 points for us right there. Try again, Patrice, and it's nearly. I mean, that should have been number 5. Frankly, we should be even further ahead. This is, well, mid-October. We'll find out, but we usually count back. So once we know the release date for the game, we can work out when the beta is likely to drop. Because technically last year it was just over 2 weeks. It came a bit early. And I still think that the overall game release is going to be earlier this year than it was last year. Yep, our saves can carry over. It's going to be great. Which is hence one of the reasons why I've been less rushed on Premier League years. Because I was like, I can just carry the save files over and do it for FM24. Because it maybe looks slightly better in there in theory. Not by much, I wouldn't have thought. Just because obviously the match engine's not going to be changing a great deal in terms of its aesthetics. Not until FM25, when hopefully things go off the deep end in terms of quality on that sort of stuff. I'm so excited to see what they do with that, because it seems like they've been wanting to make this change for a while, and I feel like the excitement that was there when we spoke to them about it is awesome, right? Carry over to the beta. Ooh, I think it'd be weird if they didn't have that in the beta, just because that's like a perfect opportunity to show out one of the new things, right? Carry your points, you get relegated. Good defending, actually, really good. Blaz, oh, he couldn't quite win it. Well, to be fair, we haven't really heard much about FM25 either. If you look at the things that they actually said in that blog post, all we really know is that FM25 is going to have the new graphics engine. And the only thing we really know about FM24 is that it's going to have the save forward compatibility or whatever. That was a lovely pick out again from Hillestad. So there's really not much information about it, and I don't know anything more than you do now. The only stuff I knew before you was the stuff in that blog post that they posted. The only difference was Miles did like a presentation to us of that blog post, but it's the same exact content. Oh, and women's football, true, yes. Now, usually they don't release anything until they actually release the game, in terms of the release when they release the release date of the game, it's usually then when the feature stuff starts coming. If you look at recent years, you'll see when they've actually released feature stuff. Oh, no, if that was the only new feature, then yeah, it would absolutely be a dreadful thing, and I just don't think there's any way they could do that. And I think, given that they said they had basically had to take stuff out of FM23 in order to meet the demands of actually even get FM23 out, I think we're going to get all those things put in for a start, but also all the things over the dev cycle from this year too. And maybe it'll even be slightly less buggy too, just because they'd have had a bit more testing time with QA, maybe. I don't know. We're very good at making other teams play badly. Like, that's back-to-back games now where our opponents have played appallingly against us. And I feel like that can't be entirely a coincidence. And there has to be something we're doing specifically that's making them play poorly as well, which is exciting. Let's go with Petrol for another 20 minutes. I want to give this guy some more game time. I would like a 5th or a 6th goal if we could. This is the cup final, by the way. I've just realised. I totally forgot that this is the cup final and not just a random league game. Medical meetings was my, like, joke. Bet that if they were going to put another meeting in, that's what it would be. I really don't think they would actually do that now. I think that I have high hopes for FM24. I really do. I think that I just have high hopes for the future of the franchise in general. I feel like the next couple of years are going to be absolutely crucial for them, but I'm really excited to see what they bring. And that is another goal. It is Patrice with his 16th goal of the season. Patrice has been on a different planet with his scoring this year. Yeah, a meeting to schedule meetings. Very important. Orange with the bank. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. I can't wait to just see the first couple of things, right? Well, I'm naturally optimistic for the most part, despite how many times we've been let down with some of this stuff. I always, I always give outside the benefit of the doubt. The fact is, the people that are working there are very passionate about the game, and they only ever want to make a good game, right? It's just sometimes there are constraints that make that not possible, and I do think that sometimes bad decisions are made, but that's not the fault of people that are programming stuff, They're not making decisions on stuff like that. They're just doing what they're told, and they're doing a fantastic job of it most of the time, right? 5-0 would be... To have back-to-back an 8-0 and then a 5-0 would be... Youth and take stuff. I want to see international management change as well. That's my big bugbear, as well as, obviously, set-piece improvement, I think, definitely does need to happen massively, but if it wasn't, I would just be like, you know what? It's another year of this. We'll probably have to change it for the next one anyway. But I want to see international... I want international management to be more fun and playable again. I really want to do that USMNT save on the beta, and actually it not be a complete colossal disaster because it's impossible to play, The problem with that, Nudfolders, Sigurd, is that if they made it too flexible in there, it becomes so much easier to exploit to the point where tactics would sort of become meaningless. And that's the thing. Tactics always has to have some constraints on it. Otherwise, if it's too, free-flowing, it becomes too easy to exploit, basically. Always been hoping for. Now, I have high hopes. I reckon that's surely something that by now has got to be on their priority list. Right, Schumacher, Durin! Wide of the post again. Gah. Well, I'm very hopeful from 25 as well, just because of the changeover, and just think how much cool it could... Think of how good it could look if it's done right. Or even done 60% right. The possibilities really are awesome for what it could be. And that's us winning the cup 5-0. Oh, God. Have you ever... Oh, when you burp randomly and you just throw up a little tiny bit in your mouth? I don't think they'll ever remove 2D. There's no reason to. As long as the 2D is tied properly, more accurately to the 3D, it'll be fine, right? Resizing columns. That's all we want, right? Yeah, I would like more depth to do with youth intakes in general. I would like to know more about the club's academy itself. I want to know more about what's going on in the club's under 11 players and seeing that develop. Seeing you have no real information about the players, and maybe their actual attributes and stuff are kind of locked in, but just to be able to see a little bit more depth about these players that you can start to love really young when they come through your youth intake. So that way when the player comes through at 16, you're familiar with them from their work in the under 11 squad 4 years ago, and there's a story that's already built in for it or something. I don't know. Also, Chris Lewis yet again. How many goals has he got in the Champions League this year? 17. FBI open up 17 goals in the Champions League. Yeah, he's a bit good. Arsenal might well win the Champions League. It's Arsenal versus Chelsea. The worst possible final for us as well is 2 England. 2 English teams in the same fucking final. Little things like that. Being able to increase the likelihood of players from other countries too would be cool. Poaching 6-year-olds from the academies. It's like on old FIFA Manager games, right? You can you used to be able to build like academies in other countries, and I thought that was really cool. Universidad Católica, they'll definitely be up there, yeah. Right. So the Champions League is absolutely disastrous. Reserving... Bro, what? Wait, why are you reserving judgment on the thing we just did? Yep. Well, Total Club Manager was just the precursor to FIFA Manager. They changed the name. I can't remember when they changed the name, but they changed the name. So it was the same franchise. Checking in on Janos and Nguyen Van Giang. Was he really? Wow. Fine Hungarian name. 06, yeah. Because I never played FM. The first FM I ever played was FM 13. But I had loads of... I had the ones where on console, you could take the disc out, then put FIFA in, and you could play the matches, and then take the disc back out and flip it around again. I mean, it's just insane to think of that. But that was a thing back then. Yeah, it was so cool. Right. Okay, Thursday. Moment of truth. Do not let this slip. For the love of God. Mezhkevezd. Give us a final to watch on Sunday. Please. I beg of you. Drew breaks goal scoring record. Oh, fucking 15 in one season. How many goals has he got overall? 53. I'm fairly certain that's his joint best ever. 43 there. Wait, hang on. No, he's not going to score those for them, is he? 43, 44, 35, 38, 52. Oh, no, he's done it. 47, 53. He's already had his best goal scoring season ever. 30 in the league is very impressive too. Like, usually doesn't play enough games. 15 and 4. He did get 10 goals in one game, if I recall correctly. I can't remember exactly which one it was. It was that 17-0 or something. What wasn't it? This one, no, 22-0. That was the one. This game here, where Blaz got... Actually, I don't know if it was 70. It might have been more than that. He got 12 goals in that game. Yeah, that's what did it. I think he's only actually scored in 2 cup games. He got 12 goals in that one, and then a hat-trick in the final. I think that's all he's done. Useless. Still, very good player. Yeah, Durin's become an absolute monster. Right, here we go. Come on. Mezhkevezd. All you need to do is not lose at home. As far as I know, they've not lost at home in Europe all season. One there. Beat Sevilla at home. Draw there. Their one loss in Europe was away from home against Trabzonspor. I'm fairly certain that they lost away in that one. Yep, they've literally not lost a home game in Europe all season. Do not let this be the one. Narrator. It was. Probably. Oh my God. What is going on here? Bayer Leverkusen 7, Newcastle 2. So a 7-4 on aggregate and an 8-1 on aggregate. Please, please, please. Yes! Juan with the Juan nil. And it's going to be Hoffenheim Mezhkevezd in the Conference League final. Chat, we're going to get after this disastrous season, we're still going to have a Conference League final to look forward to. Come on! Juan nil. And a full coefficient win, which is important for us. It will get us a little bit closer to 18 points. In fact, it puts us on 18 points. Oh, you love to see it. And we get a chance to take points off Germany in the last game. Might have a chance of getting above Spain. I don't know. Probably not, actually, because it depends what the Europa League final is. Well, no, yeah, Real Sociedad are in there, aren't they? It's not been a great year, but the fact that we've even... Murden van der Kust. Yes, please. Also, Lloyd van Balaguer. Not a problem with that, too. Lovely stuff. I still can't believe that they've managed to save our season slightly. As far as just getting another European final, it just keeps us moving a little bit, right? I was nearly going to have to do the loan extensions chat off stream. And then what would you have said? Potential issue with Van... Wait, why are we doing another team meeting? Wait, have we not already won the title? No, you've not. You've just signed a 3-year contract extension, bud. Like, maybe think about that before doing that. Garcia heading for award. No. They've proved us wrong. They have proved us wrong. Oh, now Petrol's injured. Plus, our lot... We are... Some of the football we're playing... Not... Wait, new contract. You're only 20, right? You've got 2 years left. No extension. Do you know what? He probably does need a new contract, honestly. There's lots of Blaz to solve it anyway. I always like to encounter these meetings with... Well, okay. Blaz is actually a much better captain than anyone else in this save so far. We're going to discuss a new contract. As long as he's... Yeah, that's fine. He deserves a good big change, but I want a 5-year contract. I also want these not here. You're going to end up getting these anyway, buddy. So don't worry about too much about... Oh, he wants a 5-year contract. Okay, we're getting rid of that. Bloody hell, that's a huge increase. Okay, yeah, I'm not giving you an extra 15 grand a week just because of getting rid of that. Although, actually, it probably would have been worth it. Coefficients, well, we're on 18 for the season, which is, as you can see, the worst year we've had since, ironically, the year that we're losing. So we're actually still gaining on the coefficient, but next year will be interesting, as we're only going to have... Actually, I was going to say we're only going to have... We actually don't know. We will either have 7 or 8 teams in Europe. We just don't know who they are and where they're going to come from. Because Mezhkovej could give us an 8th team in Europe if they win the Conference League, because they're not in it. And technically there's still a chance for Kishvarda, but I think it's unlikely. They'd have to beat... Yeah, there's no chance. Kishvarda are going to be out. That's going to be costly. I'm worried about their players not wanting to go back in the summer. That could be a little problem for us. Man United want Van Dam. They can go away. He's just such a brilliant squad player to have around the club. Oh, Herenveen, go on. It's really cool seeing Bart Verbruggen being in goal for Brighton now. And just seeing his career sort of finally starting in real life, knowing what he can be. History of the club. It's not really a big history of the club at all. They're quite a new club. Yeah. They were sort of named to ride the coattails of Ferenc Puskás rather than for any real historical significance. When were they even formed? Yeah, 2014. Oh, that's when the stadium was formed. Hang on. Yeah, they were founded in 2005, so they're not a particularly historic team, so to speak. They're also got quite close ties to the government, if I recall. Cruyff turning the... I didn't see that. I did watch some of the game, but I didn't see that. I saw... Ooh, right. Edvaldo, Boothby, Teixeira. Teixeira's the anchor. I've still got a bee in my bonnet about old Diakite, even though he does seem to come off the bench and do okay things from time to time. Velasquez can play, that's alright. Yaman's not playing centre-back. Why would we do that? I'll put Laukholm in. And then it means Teixeira can... There he is. Yeah, cool. Boothby, Edvaldo. Yeah, Hillestad probably does need a little rest, actually. Janosch. Screw it. That'll do. Yeah, WCB's on attack. We found that basically my plan was, the idea was to have an inverted wing-back and then have the wide centre-back running beyond, and it actually does work. It's fun. It's playing some lovely, lovely football as well. Like the types of goals we're scoring and the quality of them is off the charts at the moment. They're coming in great quantity. I think we've hit 13 in our last 2 matches. So if we can finish off the season with that type of form, that would be exciting. Plus we get to mud Uipest here, and who doesn't want to do that at this point? The club that used to be Videoton is Molfeheva. You won't see them here, unfortunately, because they were relegated like a couple of seasons ago. Having been a team that was like played in the European competitions for us, randomly had a couple of really bad seasons and then just like disappeared entirely. They're like 8th in the 2nd tier in this save currently. Trek on the wing. Oh, we love a Trek. We've used a Trek on the wing for ages. Even back in the day in this save, we used Treks out wide. I swear I remember Liverpool playing against Videoton in... Must be the Champions League qualifiers. Years and years and years ago. I always remember them playing against a team called... it was Kaunas, I think. They were a Lithuanian side. Who had the Tycoon takeover? That was Puskás. Not that that stopped them from getting relegated as well. To give you an idea. I feel like I'm seeing more ad boards that I'm not used to seeing before. For some reason. Unless it was an update or something, but that seems unlikely. Given that we're into the new year now. He says in the middle of September. TNS as well. Surprisingly well, Trustor. We've been working on it. We've been incubating a new tactic today. And we might have genuinely come up with something that is actually really fun. Plays really well. Scores a lot of goals. Plays lovely football in the process. And is successful and defensively stable. And that's all you really want out of a tactic, right? We need a good tackle on him here. Great tackle from Boothby. That's beautiful. Right, come on, Janosch. Ball through the middle. We need Blas to make the run. I mean, that is an inch-perfect cross. Oh. Lovely. We appear to have found a bit of a unicorn for ourselves. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's still early days yet, but with our full-strength squad, we're really enjoying the kind of goals that it's scoring, and there's always a player available. As Bujurin's in again, he's got a bit of space for himself. It's a good save from the keeper again. And it seems to have really allowed Blas to completely pop off. He's just been scoring religiously the last few games. Yeah, terrible finish from him there, but usually... Oh, God, they've got their very own Diakite. Now what? Honestly, non-folders, I would just pick anything you like, just drop some players into random positions like I do, and then just try and make it work. That's always my attitude to these things. I think next year I am going to make a proper video about how I go about building tactics and like the logic I use, because it is a bit batshit. But hey, it just comes up. Blaz has been very consistent this year, to be fair. He has got 53 goals in all competitions. He's had his best scoring season since he joined the club, and yeah, it really helps that he got 12 in one game at one point, and also got 5 in a league game the other day. But when he's on his day, he's unstoppable, basically. Go on, Schumacher. Bit of speed, obviously. You'd need that speed. He is Schumacher, after all. And there's the overlapping centre-back with the ball in, and Blaz! Got to start scoring those, buddy. But that's what I like to see. Overlapping centre-backs, getting forward, making those kind of crosses. That's nice. Just keep them... We also seem to be able to put a decent amount of pressure on our opponents, as well as cock wriggling. It's well blocked, and Cooper... We've just looked very stable, defensively, generally speaking, so far. We've looked like the sort of team that would only concede like 10 goals this season. If it was the whole season like this, of course. And that's with, still some very young defenders. Like, we've got Kenyatta in here alongside Lautholm, who's still only 17, I think. Go on, yeah. What a little pick out. This little one-touch stuff here is what I'm on about. Although that's a really bad final ball. But when this pops off, some of the football is delicious. Because they'll play it all the way out from the back, go all the way through the midfield, and just find that lovely final pass. And sometimes they'll just keep playing. Come on, Janos. Can he find a pass? Goes all the way to the byline, but now he's going to pull it back across. Janos scored a Rabona pass earlier. Sorry, not a Rabona pass. He provided a Rabona pass for one of Blaz's goals earlier. That's the level of, like, mugging off people we're doing. I feel like, well, Koch is a permanent signing, so he'll probably want to leave to stay top flight. Although, for me, he's never been that competent in the top flight. He's always a second-tier striker for me. Like, that's where he's truly at his best. When he was playing for Zalaegerszeg and scoring 40 goals a season in the second tier, that's when he was actually killing it. High pressing, attacking. I mean, hey. Maybe like, I bloody love him. I like providing pressure, scoring lots of goals, playing fun football, really. That's the jam. As Janos's shot is well blocked. They're doing their best to try and survive here by throwing everybody they can in front of the goal, but I think they might already be relegated, actually. Because I think they're in deep shit. Another good ball in. Cleared again. But once more, Patrice knocks it down. Oh, go on, Thomas. Bend one. No. So this isn't that dissimilar to the other game. It's just that those were going in. Oh, yeah, they're relegated. If they were to win, they would... No, they literally can't stay up. They are already relegated. It just occurred to me. This isn't too different to the other game. We're just not taking our chances in this one. I feel like if we just keep creating at this sort of rate, we'll probably still end up winning the game like 3-0. As long as we stay capable at the back, it'll be fine. Wow, they just couldn't even pass... They couldn't get past our first man there. Big Manovic can just run all the way into the box with this, probably. Pull it back for someone. Boothby! And it's again over the bar. Is that our injury? No, that's Den. That's fine. Nobody seems to be struggling in terms of quality on the pitch, which is the main thing. Nakashvara are losing to Debrecen, which just gives any hope of them actually getting that spot gone. I'm not too fussed about Debrecen being in Europe, because they've actually done quite well in the Europa League this year, so putting them back in there again... Although, actually, they'd be Conference League, wouldn't they? I think they could have a go at it. Janos. Impressive. Maybe a bit ambitious. But occasionally he'll score one of those, so we'll take it. Still... Oh, hang on. Go on, Blaz. That's again... I think it's just because we're watching it on, like, I might actually put it back to key, just so we get an idea of what we're actually going to see when we're watching games properly next year. Because at the moment we're just seeing... The problem that I find about comprehensive highlights... No, sorry, extended, is that it does show you a lot of random shit that you just don't care about. Much like watching my streams. There we go. Break into your own house. Oh, no. Well, at least your neighbours are supposed to know that you live there, right? Although, I imagine they were having several questions as to what was going on. I'm not getting a lot of shots on target today. I can still feel this game just popping off towards the end. Velasquez has struggled a little bit today, though. He might be the first sub, actually. He's just lacking a yard or two of pace in certain... Woof, bloody hell. Good effort from Janos. Oh, that was actually not offside either. Christ. I might get Velasquez off now. Freshen things up. We've got Yamin, who'll be fine in that role. Schumacher's... Oh, God. I'm going to bring on Diakite, and he's probably going to change the game, and I'm probably going to be well bitter about it, but that's life, right? Sod's Law would be really good for the rest of this match. And then I'll be able to say now, oh, because Kishvada have equalised against Honved. Not that it matters. They would need Ferencváros to score as well. And then win too. And even then, that would still require them to win on the final day and have Debrecen lose. They're not getting into the Europe, is what I'm saying. He's good on both feet. Why is he shooting with his right foot there? Nice play. But, bro, you've got to do better than that. That's why you've got 53 goals this season. It's because you usually score chances like that, buddy. I'd really like it if we could just win this game now. And it's a free kick to them. Okay. Right. Either way, I'm not actually super bothered because the quality of the football on display is still just as good. And it's just one of those days for us, I think, in terms of in front of goals. That it just hasn't quite been there. Boothby, oh, lovely football again. And it's a dreadful first touch from Blaz. Jakey is dumb. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm sure you're not. Unless that's not you and you're just insulting someone else and your name's actually like Dave. Well, I guess we'll never know. Or will we? Why have our players just tackled each other there? Are we about to concede off of this? Oh. Yeah, I don't know what man-fat football is either, but it's there. And I've only just noticed it as an ad board, which is odd. Oh, no. As if we're going to lose the game. To a guy called Diakite as well. Please hurry up and take the shot, son. We know what's about to happen. If you could just put me out of my misery, that'd be ace. Wow. I'll be damned. Let me check it. Oh, you're not dumb, Jake. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, I don't know you personally. I mean, but I imagine that's not the case. We have won the title, though, with that. You know? We should have won the game, but I don't think that's a big deal as far as the weight loss football. That's kind of cool. Yeah, but that's just FM, innit? Statistically, though, the signs were still there. Like, we still played good football. We had the right chances. On another day, this is a 4-0 win out of nowhere, and that's all we want to see, really. That's fine by me. We've still got one more game to play, though, which is, I think, against Kekshkemet again. Officiating stand. Wow, there's lots of... Okay, so that's good. That will please the board a little bit. Right. To Cheriseps. Oh, because he's going to be out for the last game, which is a bit of a pain, but what can we do? Hopefully. When is the ECL final, by the way? Oh, 29th of May. Right, that's ages away yet. Thought it was a bit closer than that. And that's obviously Bayer Leverkusen, Benfica. Oh, it's all the B teams this year. Bit of fat on cake. Oh, I mean, I did have a bloody lovely bit of cake on, which I think was Sunday now, which I had from my doggy bag that I got from the Turkish restaurant. It's very good. I mean, it was just chocolate fudge cake, let's be honest. It probably wasn't that great, but I enjoyed it tremendously. How many games? I don't know if you can work out how many games he's... I don't know if you can, like, know how many games he's scored in. Yeah, Janosch won next gen. But he's played in 35 games this season. And has 53 goals. But I don't know how many games he's actually scored in out of those. Because, unfortunately, the form page only goes back 20 matches. And it still includes matches where he didn't play. So, checking his form. No, you can't. As far as I'm aware. Your form only goes back 20 matches, doesn't it? Unless there's a way that I'm not familiar with. If you know a way, then I'd happy to check it. Leafen, thank you very much for the follow. But as far as I'm aware, you can't go any further back than that. So, oh yes, the Rabona assist. I'm glad you've clipped that. That's going to be great for the recap video. Just 20 matches. Yeah, so that we can't see how many games he's played because he's played 35. So I don't know which one's at fixture screen. How do you mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go through and count them all. I mean, yes, I suppose you could do that, but that doesn't actually answer the question, really. CBJC Soccer. Don't know why that took so long. Thank you so much for the tier 1. That's really, really nice of you. Thank you for joining us on this September as they lose again. And how did I actually drop points? We're still going to only win the league by, like, 6, but it just shows you how good they are. I think they once got 79 points in a season. Yeah, they once got 79, which is an insane amount to not win a title in a 33-game season. I thought it said Alexander Earnhardt for a second there. I definitely didn't watch a 2-hour NASCAR iceberg video yesterday. And not the YouTuber iceberg, an actual iceberg video. This is 35 total, not 35 in one competition. Oh yeah, but if you change the competition, you'd only be able to see what he had in that competition. A lot of times, yeah, it's just... It would be cool if it would tell you that, but like, how often do you really need that information, I suppose, right? It looks like, well, that's not tied up at all. Wow, there is still really 5 teams fighting for promotion, including Vashash, who are just mid. Yeah, there's Molfehavar on 8 points. 8 points. 8th place. Yeah, I don't know how many games he's actually scored. He scores pretty regularly, and he seems to have got... I mean, you'd have to be pretty consistent just to score that many goals over a season anyway, even if he has had some, like, ridiculous games where he scored 12 in that one match. Hello? Oh my god, chat, the recruitment focus has found a player. It's a centre-back with 7 jumping reach, but that's fine. Because look at this. And he's not an overpriced player. Please tell me you'd want to come. Oh my god, he will. Oh my god. No shot. He's obviously not going to play as a centre-back, but he's got 16 tackles. Look at the state of him. He is absolute filth. He has 16 Wow. James, when you watch this on the VOD, oh. That's insane. Particularly if we can get him as cheap as it looks like we might be able to. Oh my giddy aunt. 700 grand for him. Oh, Genk, you are just being absolutely mugged off here. Yeah, I mean, he's never going to be able to be a centre-back. But as an anchor in this tactic... Ooh. Oh, Johnny Hendricks is still there. And he's still quite good, isn't he? Get Genks on. Get rotated, bitch. That was... Yeah. See, this is what I mean. I don't like recruitment focuses. But every now and then, they will find you one like that if you set them up correctly. But it's so rare. Like, we would have eventually found him, but we wouldn't have found him probably for another year or so. So the opportunity to occasionally get a guy like that so they don't slip through the net is why I quite like a recruitment focus. Particularly these ones that James made. They are goated. Yeah, we're getting from less than his compensation as well. Now, he is Turkish, and he's not unlikely to declare for Belgium in the grand scheme of things just because... Well, yeah, I don't think he has Belgium's second nationality, and he's not going to be in Belgium either. We do have a couple of fit guys on the way, yes. We've got 2 guys from Manchester United, I think. Oh, no, one's from Arsenal, called Danny Rafferty, who's a winger, and a guy who's called Mies Druppers, who's a DM as well. Now, whether they're flippers or not... What a freeze! Perfection. I look like you've just defended my whole family, and I'm trying to work out how to respond to you, basically. Just leave that on screen for a minute. Oh, fuck, it's not working. Hang on. There we go. Didn't work the first time. Recruitment hyperfocus. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like those, you know, like in the old FIFA games, or probably in the current FIFA games, I don't know, I don't play them, where you could get like, Future Star, I think it was called, or something. It was like something you could redeem from the shop. Cuts used to use them in his videos. He probably does still, honestly. Hey, Cap! Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Morning, Matt. How long did today's video take to put together?
Honestly, that was quite a quick one. I mean, still... I say quite quick. It wasn't that quick, what we're talking about. It was longer than the other one because I had to actually go into each individual game and do it from there rather than just doing it from the fixture screen. So it took a little while. It took a whole afternoon, basically, but that's fine. I can't believe this guy's just randomly rocked up in that youth recruitment focus. Is Del Hay still being a bell piece? Because we might still be able to pick him up at some point. Okay, we'll save that for the next stream. But exciting times. We are. Mejkovic are in the final. Extremely confusing. FIFA career mode is better. Oh, it depends what you find as better. If you mean simple, then yes, this is more simple. But to me, simple and better are not the same thing. If you're looking for entertainment in terms of like what you can get out of it in the depth and stuff, then FM is in a different quality chart completely. I'm trying to think of other than graphically, I can't think of a single other way that FIFA is better than FM in terms of objectively things about it, right? Because FM has it beat in just about every area of the actual game itself, other than graphics, really. Oh, nice one, Jake. I probably don't have any more tutorials come out this year. At the start of FM24, I'm going to do a massive scouting video, which is just going to be all the stuff I've learned about scouting over the last year in one giant video. So it kind of hits on every single type of team that you could be managing, rather than splitting them into separate videos. It'll be like an hour and a half long or whatever, but it will have everything in it. That's the idea anyway. Yeah, we'll watch the Mejkovic final on Sunday. They're different fruits, yeah. But I feel like in terms of like what they give you, one of them tastes like shit. No, like FIFA's graphics are objectively much, much better than FM, but I can't think of another area of the game that it excels at more so, other than the fact that you can literally play as the team, I suppose. But that's just that's not really a fair comparison. 7 million. Why are they selling him now? Could you, like, not sell your best player? Can we not do this, like, Hungarian sides? If it's all the same, it'd be lovely if you could not do that. Janos's report. How are we looking? It is still staggering to me that he's still only 18 and he's just developing like nobody's business. Little update on the development chart here. What we're saying. Oh my god! I didn't realize it was I did not realize his development was as stark as that. That's insane. He's got... You can't see this because it's behind me. He's got a 4 on strength already. He's only 18. Penalty taking's gone up as well, but that's not really that important. Vision up by 4 already. Crossing up by 3. It says his dribbling's gone up by 1. We know that's a lie, but... He is... Even his tackling has gone up 1. Christ. Hey, Jeter. How's it going, man? Press the button. I think I will, you know. Just for that. You'll have to see it. Could I drop a Gatsu? You want to see a Gatsu of this? Because that is outrageous. Like, we've looked... Sometimes we'd get, like, a message about, like, you know, do you want to show the attributes off? But I've not really... It's just... Like, if we just look at his dribbling in isolate here, you can see that it's... It says we've got screenshots where he has 14 dribbling, so we know that that's bollocks. But regardless, that's insane. Also, hang on. Look at the... Wait, I swear that was showing different arrows a minute ago. We're getting Erkan Kilic as well. That's... What a bargain. 700 grand. Like, the fact is, he is objectively an insane defensive player. 17 work rate, 16 tackling, high aggression, higher bravery. His mentals are literally... That might be some of the best mentals I've ever seen on a 15-year-old regen in FM. Now, whether he actually has that kind of level of potential, I don't know. But... He's obviously never going to be a centre-back for us. But as an anchor, he is a worldie. We'll never see him. Because he will just never be good enough yet. Although, honestly... Is he joining us this summer or not? Because I know within Europe, generally speaking, they can join you at 15. So we'll have to see. God, what a recruitment focus. I think we do need to find a new playmaker. Although, actually, if we're playing this system, we're not really super arsed. Because we've got Hillestad and Boothby to play further up. So Hillestad almost becomes the playmaker in there instead. I was worried about it with the old tactic because we didn't really have another DM guy, and of course he's going to win the Ballon. If he doesn't win the Ballon d'Or this year, having won it the last 4 years in a row with worse records, then I don't know what will happen. It could be. Let's just check. Yeah, he'll actually weirdly... It says he's going to join us in November. Because presumably that's when he turns 16, but... Let's see what it actually says. Yeah, he's joining in January, because obviously that's the earliest he can join. Yeah, for 700 grand, he's a bargain. One thing we will do, though, is when we do the looking forward, we can definitely have a look and see what his, like, PA is, because maybe he's not that good, but he just looks like the type of player that is goated and probably has, like, 190 or something. I didn't do anything. This is all James and Kathy's work. He's got a set of recruitment focuses and a video about it as well that builds on some of the stuff that we kind of discovered earlier in the save, but then kind of discarded. And basically, bear in mind, you're not going to find many players with them, but when you do, they are going to be stacked. We found, I think, 4 players using recruitment focuses in this save, and all of them are worldies. So Molina, firstly, the guy at GMO, he was the first one. Then we've got Laukholm, that centre-back dude that we've been using. This guy here was a recruitment focus. Then there was also that guy from Serbia who wasn't Stojnic, was it? There was another dude from Serbia. We've signed a lot of players from Red Star. It's just part of the vibes. But the fact that we were able to get him so cheap, that's why these actually are an advantage over Team Report Scan, because by the time that Genk come back around, he'd have been like 17, would have signed a pro contract, and we would have cost 15, 20 million quid probably. No real players left. The last real player from this save retired last season. We actually signed him. He was an Italian goalkeeper who was like 40. Why are you making a team in Hungary? Why not? What's wrong with Hungary? I'm enjoying it. It's a fun league to manage because there's very few rules. Because I find big leagues boring, personally. The guy from Villarreal, Paredes, yes, who's actually doing bits for Mezhkovej in the Conference League this season. So, you know, it's working out well for the lads. might start... No, I won't do that. Who do we fancy in this role? Because to share it... Actually, I might just start Ramirez there, honestly. I'll start Janos again. Might as well, right? Hillestad up there? No, we'll do Bigmanovic in behind the striker and Hillestad sitting deeper, because that's where I think his long-term role actually exists for this team. Potentially, anyway. Could bring a gun. I mean, that guy, what, in Greek did that? In Greek did that. If you don't mind a bit of microing instead of waiting for new... That's true, yeah. And we might find a few players like that. That's one of the things that James recommended. It's just often when I'm streaming, I'm just trying to... We are on such a tight schedule a lot of the time to make sure I can get what I need to get done in the 3 hours that I end up skipping that sort of stuff a lot of the time. Which is why, generally speaking, we usually end up... Like, for example, the length of today's stream has been padded perfectly. Sometimes we have a little bit more time for that sort of stuff. And whereas you get the streams with... the worst one is always the 6 Champions League game stream. That always becomes... Barely have a chance to even look at team reports in those because I know that it's so difficult to get through those games without us getting sidetracked. Whereas the ones after Christmas are a lot more relaxed. Obviously, the transfer streams as well. Champions League with Budapest. We have won 5 of them, so yes. I can confirm it is possible. Boom. I've actually nearly finished my entire 2-litre drink, Chatto. Aren't you proud? I like that they've got a player called Yigit. It's just a lovely addendum. Schedule. No, I always say schedule because that's how it's planned out. No, I like to stay hydrated. I'm always better at staying hydrated during stream days because I use having a drink as an opportunity to pause and collect my thoughts. And that's why I drink a lot more, because it just becomes instinctive at that point. Oh, Alaku's in behind here. And Patrice has decided to just foul him. Data. I say data, usually. Only one side still in Europe, and that's Mezhkovest, who are in the Conference League final. So we actually, despite all of the season, are still going to have a final, which is mad. Yeah, no, that's cool, Bratio. I always say data. Datar. I'm playing my Datar. Oh my god. We're a brick wall. Even Cooper can't be beaten when they've literally got a penalty. The rare opportunity to actually score against us. Yeah, I'll give him a damn it Patrice for that, really. It's a rare mistake. Let me help you, Patrice! Very rare that he does make a mistake like that, but he does deserve to be punished for it. Oh dear. Cooper came out again there and was a little bit... why are you passing it there, bud? I can just feel like Diakite's about to drop an absolute, like, dog egg of a game here. Kishvada winning again. Oh, no, they can't do anything, can they? It's too late for you to be good now. Should have thought of that earlier this season. We're not even playing that well. It's 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning? Holy shit. That must make you... Merrick? No, 9 hours. Holy shit. Oh, start stream. Yes, that must be East Coast America, right? Do a second season on that caution to be released video. No, I didn't. No. I was too confused by the results of it, honestly, given that it seems that the game is like balancing stuff out weirdly. Because there's no way that with the defenses being that bad and the strikers being that good that the amount of goals should have dropped for my liking. So it's very strange to me that that was the case. Go on, slip him in, Bigmanovic. Got loads of bodies flying forward, and now they're holding the runs. That's good. So we've got on the edge of the box. Oh, and Hillish. Oh dear, the worst pass of all time there. Just he's completely open. The pass didn't even reach him. Even if the player hadn't intercepted that, I don't think that pass had the power to even get to the human being at the other end of it. Oh, dear. Press the down feet, but I don't know what it is. It's really interesting, because with the defenses being that bad, the games should have contained more goals, and also the strikers should have scored more goals, but they actually scored less. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Just very strange. And I think it's just because the game isn't used to having that poor quality, as we've just given away an absolute stinker again there. As just laying out only his 16th goal this season. He's not been as high quality this year compared to last year anyway. Less games for them not being in Europe, but still, he's not really had the year I was hoping for out of him, but we've not been very good here. It do just be one of those games, I think. And Bali, oh, very nice. Any highlights today? And the biggest thing today is that Mezhkovest are in the Conference League final. SYC Tasty, oh god. We already have the SYC freeze. They do appear to have just gone... Also, Mezhkovest finishing off the season strong, going into that final, as Wilson Roberto should be scoring that. at least if nothing else, Mez are going to be properly in good form going into the final, even though they're going to have a 2-week rest. I still wouldn't be surprised if we turn this game around and win. It's just been one of those games where the creativity actually hasn't been there. I think this might be the first time since we switched to this style of play that we haven't. Well, still a pretty strong lineup. Janosch! Oh, it's filth. And it's in. Janosch with another goal. Sorry, another assist for the year. Blaz with his 54th goal of the season. Where's my button? Good to see. He's so good with those. I think it's because the game considers some of those a bit more like passes, and he's just going to get more of them. Alexa Darwin still at Liverpool. Still at Liverpool. Oh, yeah, Darwin was, yeah. He did the full season without getting booked, as far as I remember. I don't ever remember releasing Darwin. I think what cost City in that video was De Bruyne getting released really early. Because it felt like they didn't have as much service to hold. And the fact that Mitrovic was nearly top scorer in the Premier League at one point in that video too. Took him a very long time to get that second booking. Naturally, it came at Old Trafford, as did his first booking as well, it should be pointed out, which I didn't point out in the video, but his first booking was also at Old Trafford. Man just loves doing dodgy stuff at Old Trafford. So, I can't believe how bad they've been this year. In Prem, oh, I'm a Fulham fan. Hence my ire at Mitrovic being sent off and stuff at Old Trafford. Although that wasn't a Premier League game. Might bring on Moaz for no reason other than that we're doing poorly and it can't get any worse. But it can. It emphatically can. I've noticed that Southampton actually do quite well in a lot of the simulations. In my test, as you saw from the previous one where I actually did some more of a comparison test, Southampton seem to do quite well in the match engine. I think it's just because the game rates some of the players they have really highly. Chelsea last, I don't think they were at the same level as Chelsea. I think they were clearly above them. On account of us finishing quite clear of them in the end. Obviously, this season's going to be very different to that, but I'm happy we're keeping Polina, but we're only keeping him temporarily, and the question is what that's done to his psyche and willingness to play for us, you know? Although, the fact that the club would entertain selling him on the final day of the window like that is utterly clown world. So, they're their own worst enemies, frankly. I just don't know how we're going to score goals this season. Blaz is in again. Can he score another one? No, it's another big save from Thompson. He does not look as comfortable when he pushes onto that left foot there, when he doesn't use his left foot in the end. This might be the best that anyone's played against us with this tactical style. Admittedly, they had a penalty, which has bumped the XG up slightly, but they did miss it. Yeah, another dropped points to finish the season off. I still think we're onto something with this. It's just that sometimes the game's gonna game, innit? Let him get to... I'm so strange. I don't know why we did that. We are just run by clowns. Our director of football wasn't even in the country on deadline day. We have a part-time doff. Like, what is this? 7-1 for Ferencváros. Christ. They're taking out the beating we gave them. Other videos like that plan? Not at the moment, no. I've kind of got my plans for the rest of FM23 now kind of in stone, which is just basically, I want to do that video about the youth recruitment thingy that we found. Sorry, the youth production thingy with the playable view only, because that's weird. Then I'm going to do like can Nigeria win the World Cup? I want to try that one. And I want to also do the agent video I've got planned with the single player, where we're going to follow his entire career as his agent, which I think is going to be fun. Yeah, Tony Khan's still the doff. Like, we need to get an actual director of football that can, like, maybe be in the country and wants to do his job. Just as a thought. Crazy, you know? But that sort of stuff is always going to hold us back. Squad planning for next season. I mean, lol. Just buy it. He does nothing. Player of the year for Valden. Well, actually, fair. 10 goals and 14 assists in the league is very solid. During wins 31 in the league is, I think that's the most since Josef Ehring was playing for us. And Janosch wins Rookie of the Year again. I think it's back-to-back seasons for that now, right? In fact, no, 4 straight years Janosch has won that. He's 18 years old. He's technically 19 now. He's just turned 19. I don't think he won Rookie of the Year that season when he didn't even score. I think it's just because he's one of the few young players, right? He really doesn't only care about AEW. That's the second year in a row as well that I've now not won Manager of the Season either. To be fair, Michael Chacon probably does deserve it. Although I don't really know how. Like, they were very good, though. Aren't a rookie... good point. I think it's just players under a certain age. I think it's under 21. Yeah, I don't know if we need new... I don't know what it is, but something is rotten in the state of Fulham. I just gave you a new... I literally gave you a new contract last season. So no. Yeah. We definitely gave him a new contract. That's why it goes through to 2051. He's not going to get a new contract every single season, but bro definitely does deserve a little tap on the back. Kovac has been sacked by... Has he really? What took you so long? Who's the favourite for the job then, eh? Oh, wow. Some random people from the second tier. Just what we need. Hire someone fun, goddammit, for the... The only real fun hire we've seen in this entire save was when Shevchenko was managing Ferencváros right at the very beginning. Which I still don't fully understand how that came about and why it hasn't happened since. Okay. How much... Yeah, look at that. Competition prize money. We lost out on £50 million in competition prize money this year by not going deeper into the Champions League. That's where it really hits us hard. But Blaz as well. 54 goals in a season is filthy. 21 assists for him as well. I thought most man of the match awards is only 6 in the end. Who knocked us out? That was Ajax. We had a dreadful time. This was the round of 16 as well. So it wasn't even like it was deep into the competition. We just got stiffed, basically. He does have some Ted Lasso vibes. Clearly not as good a manager as him, though. Yeah, we're going to do that. We'll do that. Latter stages? Oh, no, I have to tell them that we're going to win it, don't I? Or like... Oh, shit. Oops. Oh, well. That's gone well. Oops. Oh, dear. They'll be fine. They'll live. Yes, we do have a finalist. We've got Mezhkovej. Incredibly, we have Mezhkovej in the final. Team dynamics in shambles. No surprises there. Oh, we've got 2 choices. We can either go Colombia or Poland. Gee. Actually, I quite like Poland. Particularly as we go to a place called Wielkopolski. So we're going to go there. We're going to go Poland. Enjoy, lads. God, Cooper's good. Sometimes I just like to look at his progress graph just for the fun. Although, actually, his isn't even that much better than Janosch, and he's 5 years older than him, nearly. Which is a little bit scary. It is weird that they consider him to be an attacking. I think it's just because he can play in all positions at this point. Yeah, it was an easy tie. Like, Ajax were like 16th. We had a weird result in the first leg and then got a red card 15 minutes into the second leg. And then it just kind of all went wrong from there. And the goals we conceded were just absolute nonsense. But when the match engine's going to do match engine things, there's really very little you can do about it, right? There is so much blue. And the fact that he's only 23, and goalkeepers have a development arc that's usually much longer as well. So we can see him continue to develop for a longer period of time. There's no way that he's maxing out his PA yet. Although, maybe he is. Maybe he just developed really young. So, join me on Sunday, where we incredibly, despite all of the ups and downs of today, are still going to have a bloody... Incredible. We're actually going to have a European final, which is mad. We're going to run over to Kev now, who seems to be doing some kind of seems to be doing some kind of world record, which I think I saw on his Instagram. I don't know exactly what it is. It's just like a gaming marathon or something, which is mad. So we're going to raid Kev, because I don't think I've had a chance to raid Kev in literally years, probably. Oh, yeah, so join us on Sunday for that, as well as some transfer stuff, where we're going to try and build a squad out around that tactic, I think, with some new signings, try to slot up maybe a couple of wingbacks into the team. I'm quite excited about that, honestly. So I will see you guys very, very soon. Thank you very much for joining me. If you haven't checked out the video I put out today, do so or don't. It's up to you. It's a free country, chat. Jeez. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for joining me. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye. Someone turn the stream off.